What's up there? What's going on? My name is Murdy Kim and I'll be your instructor during this JavaScript course. This is a course where I take you from zero knowledge into JavaScript to a level where you can develop your own applications using JavaScript. So in this application or in this tutorial, we're going to be covering topics like function, variables, and so on. And I'll give you a closer look at syntaxes at ES6, ES7, and ES Next. So if you find value in this video, smash that thumbs up button so that my videos get spreaded to as many people as possible. And don't forget to subscribe. So with no further ado, let's quickly jump into that and see how this course is structured.
Welcome to this part, and this is where I'm going to show you how the course is structured. So to go deep in this course, we'll first talk about variables and how to declare them. Okay, so now after knowing a little bit more about variables and about how to declare them, we're going to talk about data types. Okay, we're going to talk about data types in JavaScript. So now after talking about data types in JavaScript, the next step is going to be functions. We're going to talk about functions, how to declare a function, the importance of a function, and the return value, and all those stuffs. So after talking about that, we are going to talk about the DOM manipulation. And DOM stands for Document Object Model. So we are going to see how you can manipulate the DOM model using JavaScript. And now after talking about the DOM, we are going to go a little bit deeper and talk about event listeners. And basically an event listener is a function that listens whenever an event happens on our web page. So that's what we are going to be seeing in that part of the course. Okay, so now after talking about event listeners, the next step we are going to talk about conditions. Okay, and as in any other programming language, a condition is important during the development process. So we'll see that all the different types of conditions and all the alternatives of condition declaration. Okay, and after that we'll go and talk about loops. Okay, and basically loops are used to automate some tasks. Okay, so this is a really good part of the JavaScript course. Okay, and now we are going to see how you can automate some tasks using different types of loops. And to talk about this, I'll first say that we have 5 types of loops, and we'll see that in that part. Okay, so now after talking about loops, we are going to talk about operators. And now operators help us do some basic calculation and all those stuffs. And we are going to talk about 3 types of operators in this course. So now after talking about operators, it's going to be the good time to talk about to build our first project. And in this course, our first project is going to cover all those upper topics, and it's going to be a budget application. So I won't say much about this. Let us try that application before we develop it, right? Okay, so this is our application, our budget application, and it looks cool, right? So now I won't say much about it because we're going to talk about this in the development process, but I'm kind of going to show you how this works. Okay, so now I'm going to enter a motive. I'll say buy a car. Okay, buy a car, and buying a car is not an income, it's an expense. So I say I bought a car at $5,000. As soon as I submit, you see the interaction. My expense are now $5,000, and with income 0, my balance is minus 5,000. Okay, so now let me say I have my salary that is 10,000. Okay, 10,000, and this is an income. As soon as I submit, you see everything gets updated. All right, and I had tons and tons of fun developing this application, and I hope you're going to enjoy that. So after talking about this budget app, or after building this budget app, we are going to talk a little bit about APIs, okay, and asynchronous calls. It will be just a brief introduction, and after doing that brief introduction, we'll jump into a build. Okay, as they say, learn by doing. We are going to have another project where we're going to use an API to display some data on the screen according to the fetch call. And with no further review or not talking that much, this is the application you're going to build. Okay, you see it as soon as I refresh, you see all these pictures, all this information is coming from our back end or is coming from a specific API, and that API is going to be the TheMoveDB API. So we'll see also that, and this is going to be our last project. So we have 2 projects and tons of knowledge to build that project. So after this, you're going to have a roundup and a what's next to know, okay, I'm done with this course. Now what's next? That's what it's going to all be about. So now after saying all this, the prerequisite for this tutorial, you only have to install Visual Studio Code. And if you have Visual Studio Code, don't worry. If you have any other code editor, feel free to use that. But me, I recommend using Visual Studio Code. Also, we are going to use Chrome because it has like nice user experience, especially for developers. So you only need to have Visual Studio Code or any other code editor, and you have Chrome, and you'll follow up along. So no wasting time, let's quickly jump into the actual course, and I see you there. So here we are already in our code editor. We are in Visual Studio Code, and if you have any other editor, feel free to use it and follow along with this course. So here, first step we are going to do is to create 3 files: an HTML file, a JavaScript file, and a CSS file. So to do that, I'll just create here, there is new file, and remember you have to first have a folder on your computer, and in my case my folder is called GS course. So I'll create a new file inside of my folder, and I'll have to give it a title. Give me a sec, I remove this. So right here I have to give it a title, and I'm going to call it index.html since it's an HTML file. The second file, I'm going to call it style.css, and the last file, I'm going to call it index.js, so that we keep everything really simple. So here, to quickly create an HTML boilerplate, I'm just going to type HTML, and this comes out. So right here, this is what we have in HTML, and in HTML we have the head tag and the body tag that are placed inside of the HTML, right? So if you look here, we have this tells the language, this is the head, this is where you put all your file links, all your meta tags. Okay, so here I'll first change the title, and this should be GS course, like this. After doing that, I'm going to first bring my CSS inside of my HTML. So all your outside files should come into your HTML file. And to do this, I'm just going to say link. So I'll say here link. This is going to be the href is where your file is located. And in my case, this file is located inside of the same file with my HTML. So I'm going to say style.css, and I'll plus my script tag, and I used to place it at the end of the body. So here I'm going to say script, and inside of the opening tag I should say source, and my source is also going to be where my file is located. In this case, I'm going to say /index.js. That way you make sure that all your files are linked in your HTML, and that is how they are going to be displayed in the browser, because that HTML file is the one that opens in the browser. So all you have to do is to open now that file, that HTML file, and to do that, I won't show you the procedure, but you should go back to your folder, and inside your folder you will see a .html file, right? And that is the file you have to open. You have to double click on that and open it. And I will recommend you using Chrome, because Chrome gives a nice, it gives a a nice user experience, if I'm to say it like that, for developers. So I would recommend using Chrome so that you follow along with this tutorial. So after opening that, let me show you what you should see in your browser. And this is the page you should see in your browser. It's an empty page. And if you look at this link right here, it points at where the HTML file is located inside of my computer. I mean, on my local computer. So after doing that, it means we have just imported all our files. And to prove that, I'm going to do something here, and I'll say console log. Inside of my JavaScript, I'll say console log, and I'm going to log here, and I'll say it works. Okay. So after doing this, I should make sure this is imported. I go back to my browser where my file is located, and I'm going to open the console. The console is where all the logs are placed. So to do that, I'll right click and click on inspect. And this is when you are using Chrome. That's why I recommended you using Chrome. So when you click right here on console, if you refresh this page, you should see it works in the console. That means the JavaScript is linked in the HTML and everything is working just fine. But before reaching that point, we are going to remove this console log. Okay, so now next step, we are going to start with our HTML. And for this, we are going to create a main tag like this, opening and closing. You get that main. And main tag is one of the HTML tags. If you're not quite conversant with HTML tags, I recommend you checking W3 Schools or Free Code Camp for HTML so that you be conversant with HTML tags. And inside of these HTML tags, I'm going to place an H1, and this is going to be, this is a JavaScript course. Okay. Now let's try to see if this is going to be displayed in our browser. I go back to my browser, and right here, let me first close the console. And you always have to refresh your page after making some changes so that they get reflected in your browser. So here, first step, I'm going to refresh, and you see this is a JavaScript course displayed in our browser. Now you may ask yourself, why is that a little bit big or bold? That is because the H1 tag gives all the elements, the element that is inside that H1 tag, it gives it some characteristics, and that's why you see it like that. Okay, so now back to our code editor. The first step we are going to take here is to start again with the console log. Okay, console log, and this console log just logs something you place inside these brackets. It logs that to the console in the browser. Okay, so here I'm going to say we start the GS course. Okay, just to check if that is working. After doing that, I'm just going back to my browser and I open my console. I refresh here. After refreshing, you see now we start the GS course displayed in the console, and that means everything is working. Now let's try to see if our CSS is also linked. Okay, so here I'm going to go to CSS, and I should make sure it's imported right here. So all I'm going to do is to say main tag, and this main tag is going to have a height. Okay, and it's going to have a height. This is going to be 100 view height, and 100 view height stands for the whole of the whole screen, depending on the device you are using, but 100 view height will use the whole available height on the screen. And I'll give it a background color. I'll say, let me get some nice color here. Okay, so let's use this color right here. And that this is going to give a background color to our HTML. So this is just a trial. We go back here. If I refresh, you should see this whole place. We'll take that background color. I just refresh here and boom, that is right there. You see it, right? That background color is being output right there. So next step, we are going to talk about variable. What is a variable? In JavaScript and in all other programming languages, a variable is a keyword that stores a value. Okay, let me just show you what I mean by that. So right here, I'm going to remove this line of code. And I'll say, let me just put a comment and I'll say variable. Okay, so now, as I said, a variable is a keyword that holds or that stores a value. And how do we declare a variable? In JavaScript, there are 3 ways of declaring a variable, but right now we are going to talk about 2 ways of declaring a variable, and I'm going to explain why. This course is an updated JavaScript course where we're going to use ES6 and ES Next, right? And as I said before, we have 3 ways of declaring a variable, that is using the var keyword, the let keyword, and the const keyword. And since this is an updated course, we are going to only use the let keyword and the const keyword. The var keyword is the former way of declaring a variable. So now, how do we do that? First, I'll say constant, and you have to give your variable a name, right? And I'll say constant, maybe constant name, and you assign a value and say constant name equals Kim or Markim. Okay, so what is the meaning of this sentence? This sentence means my name, this Markim, is now stored in a constant called name, and that is a variable, so that I can easily reference that in my code instead of hard typing Markim every time I want to reference my name. Okay, and to show this, I may say console log, and console log logs something to our console browser. So here, let's say I wanted to say my name is, okay, I wanted to put something in the console and say my name is Merkin. Okay, Merkin. That is what I want to put in my console. So instead of hard coding Merkin here, I may put something like my name is plus name. And now we are going to see Merkin output in my console because this variable name stores a value of Merkin. Okay, so if I go back to my browser and I refresh here, remember you have to always refresh, and you see my name is Merkin, and now there is no space there because I have to put that space the way I want. So I may put it in right here and I'll put a space. So if you go back and refresh, you're now going to see a space right there. So I refresh here. Okay, now you see my name is Merkin. But now, as I say, this is an updated course. We are not going to be using this way of typing, because imagine you have to type 10 lines of code, putting these plus signs and putting these quotation marks every time. It can distract you, okay, and you can't code faster that way. So here we use what we call template literals. Okay, and what are template literals? They are backticks, so you'll have to check on your keyboard where your backticks are located. So you just put backticks, that's how they look like. So this way, instead of putting quotation and plus sign, you're just going to say my name is. So all the things you have to type in, you just type easily, even if there are 10 lines. But now where you have to inject your variable, you have to put a dollar sign and the curly brackets, just that way, and inside there you put your name. So after doing that, it's going to output the same result, but you know, this is the new way of doing that, with no plus signs, with no quotation marks. You only have to put backticks. So now if I go back here to my browser and I refresh this, you still see the same result. My name is Merkin. My name is Merkin. It's the same result as before, but now we have used the ES next way of doing things. So that is a variable. And remember, I said we are going to talk about two ways of declaring a variable. We have used a constant. So the second keyword is the let. Maybe I will say let my name equal Merkin. No, here I'm going to just say Merdy so that you see the difference. Okay, so I'm going to say my name. I have to change that to my name. So if I go back to my browser, I will see there my name is Merdy. I refresh, you now see my name is Merdy. But now you may ask yourself, why do we have two ways of declaring of variables since they seem to work the same way? And this is where I'm going to give you some explanation. So let me first go back here. And now the const and the let keyword seem to look the same and seem to work the same or to behave the same way, but they are completely different. And the difference is when you use the const or the const keyword, and const stands for constant, that means the variable you have stored in that constant should never change. It's a constant variable. Okay, and this is, let me say, if I say const name equal Merkim, and later on I want to change it and say name equal Merdy. This way our browser is going to give us an error and saying you can't reassign a value to a constant. If I refresh, you see it. Assignment to constant variable at index, it gives you the line. That means you can't assign any other value to a constant keyword since it's supposed to be constant. And here we only use the constant keyword for values we don't want to change, right? Let me say if I want to say name equals Mary, and that will never change. That when I can use the constant keyword. Okay, but now let's say at some point you want to change that in your code, right? You may think of it, say a user comes to your page and you want to say my name is plus the name of the user who has entered your page or who has entered his name. This time you can't use a constant. Now you're going to use a let keyword, and that's where the difference between const and let stands. For let, you can reassign a new value, and I'm going to prove that to you by going back here. And if I refresh, you won't see any error. So let me refresh here. Oh, they say my name is not defined, and that's true because here we have to change that right here. This is not my name, this is name. Okay, this is now name. So going back to my browser, right here you should see that. I refresh, you now see my name is Murdy with no error. And if you check, well, Murdy is the second value we have assigned to name right here. The second value we have assigned to name. And that is how you declare a variable in JavaScript using the let and the const keyword. So now next step, we are going to talk about the data types in JavaScript. And all I mean by data types is like this name, which data type is that name having? And this name is a string in this case, okay? And for the string, you always have to put it in quotation marks, either double quotation marks or single quotation marks. So now I'm going to talk about the data types in JavaScript. And in JavaScript, we have 5 data types that are string, integers, object, arrays, and booleans. And I'm going to talk about them one by one in this course. So first, we are going to talk about string. Okay, we're going to talk about string. What is a string? A string is just a letter or a number of letters. Let me say, when you say Mary, this is a string, right? Because it's only containing letters. That's what we call a string in JavaScript. So I'm going to store my string again in name, and I'll say name Mary just this way. That means this constant is holding a string, because this is a string, MERDI. All those are letters. This is a string. And to prove you that it's a string, I'm going to say console log type of. There is a method called type of, and I'm going to say type of name, so that you see by yourself which type that name is. So if I refresh here, you now see same behavior string. This is a string. And the second data type you're going to talk about is the integer data type. And integers are numbers. Okay, you may think of them as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now the difference in writing, the difference between an integer and a string is that an integer doesn't need to be surrounded by quotation marks. If you surround an integer by quotation marks, it's going to be of type string, because whenever JavaScript sees strings, it interprets that as a string. Okay, whenever it sees quotation marks, it interprets that as a string. So again, if I log the type of this in my console, so let me go back here and I refresh. Okay, you now see a number, and a number is an integer, right? And in integer, we have numbers and floats. Floats are integers that have, that have decimal parts. Okay. So now, as I was saying, if you surround a number, if you surround it with quotation marks, it's going to be interpreted as a string. So now, after surrounding that, if I go back to my browser, it's going to tell me that that name is a string. Now you see that is a string because we have surrounded that with quotation marks, and in this case we used single quotation marks. So the third data type I'm going to talk about is a boolean. Okay, and a boolean, we only have 2 booleans in JavaScript and in all programming languages. Okay, we have boolean true and boolean false. Okay, so here I'm going to say, I'm just going to console log the type of boolean, and you don't have to declare a boolean. It's always there, either true or false. So if I say here true, and I say I want to know the type of that true, I'll say type of. Remember, I showed you that method that is called type of, to know the type of what you are working with. So if I go back to my browser and log that to the console, I refresh, you should see boolean. I refresh, you see now that is a boolean. And as I said, we only have 2 boolean. It's either true or false. Okay. After talking about booleans, the next 2 steps, I'm going to talk about objects and arrays. So now, an object, you may think of an object as an object in real life. Let's say a car. Okay, we talk about a car, const car, and you can store that in a variable as well. But to declare a constant, you have to use curly brackets. For a string, you use quotation marks. For a number, you leave it like that. For a boolean, it's either true or false, so no big deal. For an object, you have to surround it with curly brackets. And inside of an object, we have the key value pair. That means each key should have a value. And what am I saying by that? You may say you see a car. A car has a color, right? Now the color is the key. Now which color does the car have? Maybe it's a blue color car. Now that blue is going to be the value of the color. And I'm going to say color like this, and you have to put those double marks, and you say color, and remember the color is a string, and I have to put that inside of quotation marks, and this is going to be blue. Okay, color blue. I have to put a comma. Remember, you always have to put a comma to separate those key value pairs. And a car maybe has a let me say it has a date, the date where, oh, the age, let me say the age to make it easy, and I'll say it has 5 years. Okay, it's 5 years old. I'm going to put 5. Now this 5 is a number. I'm not supposed to surround it with quotation marks, and that way we already have an object. Okay, so now to prove you that it's an object, I'm going to console log that in my console, and I want to know the type of car this way. So if I go back to my browser and I refresh right here, you now see it says that is an object, and that's what we want, right? We want to know that that is an object. We want to be sure it's an object, and it is an object. So now right here I'm going to cover the last data type, and that is going to be the array. And basically an array is an object. Now there is a difference between an array and an object, and that difference, there are two differences. First, to declare an array, I'm going to say const array, and to declare the array you use the square brackets. Okay, check here, for an object you use the curly brackets, but for an array you use the square brackets. And for the array there is no need of putting these, you don't need to put the key pair value. You just say maybe that array is an array of colors. We have blue, and always separate them with commas. We have red, okay, we have green, just like this. And let me say that's my array. So now I'm going to copy this line of code, and I want to know the type of this array also. We have array, and remember, as I said, an array is also an object. So let me first log those two lines of code in my browser so that you see what is being output there. Okay, now you see on line 6 object, line 10 object. And remember, I said an array is also an object. That's why you see both of them are logged as objects, and that's why I wanted to talk about them at the same time. Now you may ask yourself, if both are objects, why do we differentiate? Why do we differentiate an array and an object, since they are all of type of objects? That's a good question. So I'm going to say first, as I gave you two differences, an object is declared using the curly brackets, but an array is declared using the square brackets. And here you have key pair value. The second part, you don't have key pair values. Another example or another difference is that for the object as object, like car here, an object is they call it named value. Okay, that means you can access an element inside of the object using its key. Okay, but an array is indexed value. That means you can access an element of the array using its index, and the index stands for the position of that specific element in that array. Another difference is that an object groups. Okay, an object groups elements that are for a certain element. You see, like right here we have a car, and we group all the characteristic of that car. We have age, color, and all those stuff. But for the array, you can put different types. Okay, let me say you can have an array of cars. Okay, now here it's going to be an array of objects. So you may say you are going to have a Toyota, you're going to have a Rolls Royce, you're going to have a Range Rover, you're going to have a Land Cruiser, and all those ones are going to be placed inside of that array. So now I talked about indexed value and named value, and how do we see that in practice. So here I'm going to say car, and I would like to log the color of the car, and I'm going to the only thing I'm going to do is to put a square bracket and say color. Just like that, you're going to have that. So here I say an array is indexed value. So all I'm going to do is to say array, but I would like maybe to get the blue, this blue color. Oh, let me say the red color. And index stands for the position of the element in the array, and the first position in the array is index 0. That means this is index 0, index 1, index 2. And as you can guess it, if I want to take the red, I'll say 1, because that's the index of red. This is 0 and this is 1. So we first take a look at that in our browser. I refresh right here. They say uncode error, color is not defined. Okay, and that's because we are going to say here and this is because I forgot to add the quotation marks right here in color. I have to put quotation marks right here. Okay, so now we expect to see from line 6 we are going to see blue, and from line 10 we are going to see red. So now we give this a try and go back to our browser. When I refresh here, okay, everything is being output the way we want it. We see blue and red. So now there are so many ways, especially for an object. This way is not commonly used. You won't see that in many situations, but the one that is commonly used is the dot. Okay, we say car dot color. That way we are still going to see the same behavior for object. And remember, for arrays you only need to put the index inside there, but for the object, that where we have like 3 ways of doing that. Okay, so now here this is how we do it. We say we access car dot color, and if I go back to my browser and refresh that, we should see the same behavior as before. So now I refresh right here. After refreshing, you still see blue and red. Now let me talk about the third way of accessing an element inside of an object. So this way is calling destructuring. Okay, we have object destructuring, and I'm going to say here const. I'll just say it like this. Already here I say color. Okay, I say color equal car. That way we have accessed the color inside of the car object. And you don't believe, I know you don't believe this, and now let me prove it to you that it really works. So here I'm going to console log now. I'm going to console log color. Okay, so this is the new way of doing that. And as I said, this is an updated course, so you're going to use the newest syntaxes. Okay, so here I've destructured the car and picked the color property, and I'm going to log that in my console. You should see blue from line 8. Okay, so let me prove that to you, and I go back to my browser. Right here, when I refresh, you now see blue from exactly line 8, Okay, and that is how you deal with object and arrays, and all those 5 data types that I want to talk about. But recently there are too many data types, I mean 2 other data types that have been added, and that is null and undefined. Okay, so now I'm going to say console log type of null. Okay, and now the funny part of this, let me not spoil this to you, and just log that to the console. You will see the output. Look at what they say. When I refresh here, they tell me null is an object, and you should be aware of that, guys. The type of null in JavaScript, it's an object. So null is an object in JavaScript, and that's why I wanted to talk about it as another data type, right? And as I said, you have null and undefined. So if I say undefined and you declare them as boolean, remember for boolean you just say true or false. For undefined it's undefined, and for null it's null. Now the data type of undefined should be undefined. So if I refresh here, you see the data type of undefined is undefined, and the data type of null is an object. And you should be aware of that whenever you work in JavaScript. And this way I've covered all the data types that we needed to know, so that we get a little bit further in our course. Okay, now let's talk about functions in JavaScript. And first, let's define a function. What is a function? A function is defined as a line of block that executes a certain task or a certain objective. Okay, and each line of code is related to the next line, and they are logically one after another. And basically a function is used to get, most of the time a function gets an input and returns an output. Okay, but let me quickly show you that so that you get to what I mean by a function. So there are 2 ways of declaring a function or defining a function. The first way is using a function keyword, and the newest way is using the arrow function, and I'm going to cover them both in this tutorial. So first step, I'm going to clean my JavaScript file, and now I'll define a function. I'll say function. Okay, and this function, inside here, this is where we place the parameters, and in my case I'll say this will be receiving a time. Okay, and this function shouldn't be an anonymous function. I'll give it a name, and it will be function greeting. Okay, greeting, and this I put the curly bracket, and maybe to make it simple, instead of receiving a time, it's going to be receiving a name, right? It receives a name, and all it's going to do is to console log. Okay, to console log hi. Okay, let me use my backtick, so it will be saying hi plus the name of the person, and here I'm going to say hi name. Okay, welcome, just this way, welcome to this tutorial, welcome to this tutorial. Okay, so after doing this, at this point this function is only being defined, so it can't output anything, and that is because we have now to call the function. Okay, after defining the function, we have to call it. If I'm to make it simple, say we have to use that function now, and to use that function you just say function, and now bracket, and inside here at this place of name you have to put a certain name, right? Because that is a variable, and here I'm going to say Merkim. So this way this function should say hi Merkim, welcome to this tutorial. So now we give that a try and see if it really works. Now if I refresh here, you see it, right? Hi Merkim, welcome to this tutorial. And that's why I say a function is a block of code that executes a certain task. And now let's look at this, like this block of code, right? This is our code, and the purpose of this code is to greet a person, right? And that block of code receives an input, and then the input will be the name of that person. And now the output is what is going to be logged in the console. That's how a function works. And we are going to use functions later in this tutorial, where we'll start building some projects. But have in mind that this is the skeleton of a function in JavaScript. And the purpose of the function is to do a certain task. In this case, my function was to greet someone who calls that function. Okay, and remember, you always have to call a function so that it gets executed. So if I remove this line of code, let me show you. If I remove this line of code, nothing will happen in my browser because I'm not calling the function. I'm only defining the function but not calling that function. So if I refresh here, now you see nothing is in my console, and that is because I did not call my function. So now, as I said it, we have two ways of declaring a function, and the first one was using the function keyword, and now the second one, the one I like, is using the arrow function. And so I'm just going to put the same function down here but using the arrow function. Okay, and I'm going to say constant greeting. Okay, it's going to be like this. Constant greeting is equal, I open my bracket, I say name. Okay, I put the arrow and I do this. I say console log hi, the same as we did up there. I say hi plus name, and this is supposed to be name. Okay, so I'll say welcome to this tutorial, just like this. So now, as you can tell, there is a difference between this function and this second function, but there are also some similarities, right? The code inside of the block doesn't change. That code stays the same, but now the difference is in the way of declaring that. As you can see here, we have the function keyword, but in the second type, we don't have any function keyword. Instead, we have a constant, and we assign some kind of value to that constant, but the name of the function stays the same. We have greeting, but now here we have an arrow, not an arrow function, but we have an arrow, and that is why it's called an arrow function, because it declared using an arrow. So if I get rid of this first, and now you may ask yourself, how am I going to call that function? And this is straightforward, since you are going to just say greeting and put the name here, and this time I'm going to say Kim, so that you see the way it has changed. It has changed, right? So calling that function is exactly the same way as calling a normal function. So when I go back here, I refresh. Now you see in my console, you see hi Kim, welcome to this tutorial. And that way we have defined, we have declared our function using the two ways of declaring that function. And don't get confused, just stick to one type of declaring a function. So you're not supposed to be moving between them, and you can do it, it's completely fine, but you can stick to the one you like. It's just a matter of what you prefer, but it doesn't change anything to the code or to the code behavior. Okay, so now after doing this, it's time now to start working on some little projects so that we put all the knowledge in practice, or we put all the things we have learned this far, we put them in practice and see how we can work with all those stuffs. Now this far we have seen how to declare a variable, and that is using the either the const or let keyword. Next step, we saw all the data types in JavaScript. And now we have just covered the function and how to declare a function. So next step, let's put that in practice and create something simple that will illustrate almost all what we have covered up until this point. So I'll see you there. All right. Back here, we are now going to start our project. And for this, I'll go a little bit back in my HTML. So here, instead of an H1, I'm just going to put here a span. I make it simple. And obviously, that will be welcoming. Okay, the purpose of this small project is to get the user input, store that user input in a variable, and then later on, display that user input in my browser. We're not going to use the console for this one. I'll be displaying that in my browser using a function called greeting. Okay, the same function we have used. So here I'm going to be saying welcome. Then I'll put an H2 here, and this is going to be guest. For now, it's going to be guest. Welcome guest. If the person did not specify his name when coming to our page, we're just going to be calling him guest, right? Because he's just a guest, we don't know his name. And I'm going to give this an ID of name. Okay, so I'm going to style that a little bit. I'm just going to say here display flex, align item center, and justify content center, so that everything that is on our page get placed in the middle. And I'll give it a color, and this is going to be a white color. Okay, this is a white color. So after doing this, I go back to my browser and I refresh the page. Remember, you always have to refresh your page. So after refreshing my page, you now see welcome guest. Okay, but this is not a CSS course, so we won't style that to the last level, but we get something there, right? Then after doing this, the next step I'm going to do, or the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to say this is a section instead of a span. Let me change that to a section. Okay, then after doing this, I'm going back here to my JavaScript where everything is going to happen. So here I'm going to say constant name. Okay, and this is going to be equal to prompt, and this prompt will bring something like an alert where it will say enter your name. Okay, and now you may ask yourself, what is that prompt, or what does it look like? And don't worry, I'm going to show you what is the prompt like in the browser. So here I'm going to close my console, since we are not going to use the console that much. So when I refresh here, check what happens. You see this pop-up. Okay, this box comes here and say enter your name, and there is something you have to look at, and it's right here. You see, since this box is right here and it's on, the page is still loading. So if I type in OK, you see the page has stopped loading. Okay, and you have to be aware of that, since it can help you a lot next time. And when you see it's still refreshing, you don't see the page, but when you click OK, you now see the page, right? So now after doing that, let me now console log. I'll just console log name, right? And what we see, what is after typing the name, what is going to happen. After doing this, after adding this console log right here, I go back here. All I'm going to do is to open my console for a minute. So I refresh. What is your enter your name? Say Merkim. When I click OK, you see now that name, that variable name is storing the user input value. So this is going to be straightforward since we are already getting that user's input. So next step, all you're going to do is to remove this console log since we are not going to use that, and would like to output this name here in the HTML at this place of guest. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is to say constant name place. Okay, I'm just going to call it like that, and during this tutorial I'm going to use the camel case writing. That means if you have a name comporting two names, the first one is lowercase and the second one will have you'll have to capitalize it. Okay, so you see name place, and you'll see the camel case typewriting in so many code bases. So here I'm going to do is say document dot query selector, and here all I'm going to select is that ID of name, and this ID of name is right here, ID of name. And at this point you should know that the hashtag means ID, the dot means the class. And don't worry at this point if you don't understand this document.query selector, what it means. We are going to cover that straight after this project. Now I want you to focus on the const name, and I want you to focus on that because we have already covered that. Okay, so now here I'm going to create a function, and as I said, I prefer the arrow function. So it's going to be constant greeting, and this will take in the name, and this is going to be the name our user is going to enter, and this will, all it's going to do is to say name place dot text content is equal to name. Now what does this mean? It means this function, its purpose is going to be going in our HTML where we have this ID of name, and that is right here. The ID of name is on this h2 that contains this guest. So all it's going to do is to say text content equal name. So it's going to say whatever text it's at this place or on this place, and for our case we have guest. So whatever text is there, change it to the name, and this name is the name that the user has typed in. All right. So now all I'm going to do in this is to call this greeting with the name right now, this name right here. Okay, so if I give this a try, all you're going to see when you refresh your page, you see I refresh, it says this page says enter your name, and I'm going to say my name is Kim. As soon as I click OK, you see it says welcome Kim. Again I refresh, enter your name, maybe your name is Alicia. Okay, so when you enter, as soon as you click OK, you see welcome Alicia. And this can be a good practice for your website or web page where you want to welcome your guest using his name whenever he visits your web page. Let's say you are creating a magazine, and maybe whichever user comes to your website, you want to welcome them. You know, it sounds really good when you are welcomed by the web page. Okay, so this was just a simple project to illustrate how you can store a content, or you can store a value using a variable, and how you can create a function, right? Create a function, and that function does something to the browser. So here, still talking about function, I'm going to talk about something that one day made me debug my code for 10 hours, and this is not a lie, and that is the return keyword in a function. Okay, so to talk about this, I'm going to show you a quick example of what is the return keyword. And before we go beyond, let's define a return keyword, or let's know what's the use case of the return keyword. Okay, so in a function, the return keywords and the code execution for that function. So what does that mean? That means in a function, after the return keyword, you can't put code down that. And when the code execution finds a return keyword in the function, it directly goes out of that function. But if you specify some line of code on the return keyword, that line of code will be returned when the code execution stops. And let me quickly show you that in practice. Okay. So I'm going to say function, and you may ask yourself, why am I using the function keyword instead of the arrow function? That's because I'm going to show you both the ways in case you want to use one of those two ways of declaring a function. Okay, so I'm going to say function greetings. Okay, greeting, and this will be an anonymous function, and all it's going to do is just to return something. Okay, I'm going to say this will return hello, just as simple as that. So no, here I'm not supposed to use the arrow function, my bad. It's supposed to be just like that. So right here, so here, as soon as you call this function greeting, it will return hello and stop the code execution. And if you try to put something after the return keyword, that line of code will never execute. Okay, and I'm going to say this will never execute. And as you can see, directly my Visual Studio Code tries to reduce the opacity of that line of code to tell me that this line of code will never execute. So let's give this a try, and we go back to our browser and check how that is going to behave. Okay, and right now we are going to work with the console, and I'm going to say here greeting. So here, as soon as I put brackets, that means as soon as I put parentheses, that means as soon as I call the function, you will see hello. So let me call the function, and directly you see hello, but now you don't see the console log, right? And that's because after the return keyword, as I said it, the code execution stops right there. So this line of code is of no use right here. Okay, this console log is of no use right here. But now you may say, how is this working? And I'm going to show you another example now using the console log. So here I'm going to say console log, console.log hello. And if you try that in our browser, you're going to see another behavior, right? If we try this just right here and I refresh, okay, you see now, let me remove it and put it again. I'm going to say greeting just this way, but after calling the function, nothing happened. Okay, we don't see anything. But when you hit the enter key, that's when you see hello printed in my console. And that's how it works different. I mean, the console log works different from the return keyword. The return keyword executes as soon as you call that function and stop the function execution after reaching that return keyword. And now, the good thing when you're using the function keyword is that you specify that return keyword. Okay, but now what happens when you use the arrow function? And this is where most people get confused, okay, or where they make more mistakes. So now here I'm going to use the same function, and I'm going to say cost greeting. This will be equal to a function, and have to put here the arrow just like this. So here you can still specify the return keyword. Okay, you can still say return just like this, and when you try that in your browser, it's going to work as before. Okay, when I refresh and I say greeting and I call the function, okay, as soon as I call the function, you see hello being printed. But now, where the most confusion comes from, it's when you don't use the return keyword. Because while working with the arrow functions, you can omit the return keyword and remove these brackets, okay? So after removing these, you can simply call it like that. And we use this short way of doing things, especially when the block of code is not so long. So when you are doing this, you specify the return keyword. So if you don't add bracket here, if you don't add curly bracket there, it will be considered as a return statement, okay? And this is how the arrow function works. And as you can see, it's now like a short form of declaring a function, right? And I like doing things this way. So only by doing that, by removing the return keyword and by removing the curly brackets, you specify that that is going to be the return keyword. So everything that will be after the arrow is the return statement. So if you try this in your browser, you're going to still see the same result, okay? So here, when you refresh, you have to remove this function again, okay? And call it another type. So as soon as I call the function, you still see hello. That means my function is working as if I was using the return keyword. And this is where confusion comes from, okay? Let's say you have 2 lines of code that you want to execute. Most people tend to do this, and I've done it myself. That's why I wanted to attract your attention on this, because it happens to a lot of developers. So here you say you put an arrow function, you put curly bracket, you put here, let me put it as a comment, you put your first line of code, okay, you put your second line, you put your second line here, and you put your third line here, okay? Let's say these are your lines of code, you want to return them. So when you do this, okay, when you do this, it can't return anything. Or even if it's only one line of code, but you have added curly bracket, but you did not add the return statement, and you think because it's an arrow function, it's going to return that, you're mistaken. And this can take you hours and hours of debugging before you realize that that was your error. So now, how can we achieve, or how can we return multiple lines of code? How can we return a block of code without using the return keyword? And this can be achieved by using parentheses, okay? So now right here, instead of using curly bracket, you can use parentheses and spread your code on multiple lines, okay? You can make here a first line, a second line, a second line, a third line, a third line. And this is going to return your, it's going to return your code as before without any inconvenience, okay? So this is how you do it, or this is how you return a line, multiple lines of code without using the return keyword. And for now, you can ignore that error, and that error is coming from the fact that we have a return keyword, but we're not returning anything, okay? So now, if you just put something inside of those parentheses, let me put back my hello, or let me say hello world, the word most used by developers, you see now the error has disappeared. And if you call your function again in your console, it's going to work just fine. And we give this a try so that you be sure that all I'm talking about is not bullshit, but it's reality. So when I say greeting and I call it, you see hello world. But now let me remove those parentheses and put back my curly bracket. So if I do this, I put a curly bracket. Right now, If you call your function, nothing will happen. And let me call that function to make sure you see that nothing will happen as soon as I call my function. Okay, so I'm going to say greeting again. I say greeting. When I call the function, you see it says undefined. That is because it's looking for something to return, but it doesn't find anything to return. Okay, and it's undefined because of the fact that we have inserted curly brackets instead of inserting parentheses. Okay, and this is how you can avoid that trap of parentheses and curly brackets when you want to return something, especially using an arrow function. And that's what I wanted to cover before moving forward and talking about the next step in our JavaScript course. Now you may be confused about this right here, name place. You see document the query selector, how does that work, how to do it. And don't worry, that is what we're going to cover next, and it's called the DOM manipulation. And the DOM manipulation stands for manipulating the document object model, and that is what DOM means. So let me not talk about that much, and we are going to cover that next. All right, now it's time to talk about the document object model, since that is the purpose of JavaScript. Okay, the purpose of JavaScript is to add some kind of vitality to our web page or our website so that you can interact with it instead of just reading something, but you need to have that vitality or that interaction. So now let's first define the document object model. The document object, the website, it's all a document, right? And that document contains the HTML, and HTML stands for hypertext markup language. So if we go back here to our HTML file .html, we have this is a document, right? And that document contains first the HTML. That's why you see the HTML tag surrounding everything on the page, right? So we have the document. Inside of the document we have the HTML. So inside of the HTML we have two parts. We have the head and the body, and the head is right here. As you can see, we have the head tag and the body tag. Now those two parts are quite different. In the head part we have all our links and all our meta tags, and those don't show up on the screen or on the web page when we visit that. And we have secondly the body, and that body part is the part that shows up everything on the page. So that means when you enter on a website or a web page, you only see the body of that web page. You don't see the head. You only see the body, as that is what is being shown on the web browser. So now you may say, why do we want the DOM manipulation? Or why do we want JavaScript to do that? We want that because JavaScript can access those elements on the document object model and change them or output them dynamically. That's why we want JavaScript, and that's why we say JavaScript adds vitality on a web page. So to do that, we will need JavaScript, and we're going to need some structure in our HTML or in our document object model so that we can access that easily using JavaScript. And in the previous project we did, you saw where we were saying document.querySelector or document.what. And that is because we would like to access the document and now access all like the whole tree in that document. In the document, we can access an H1, we can access a paragraph, we can access a whole div, and so on. So that was too much of theory. Let's quickly see that in practice. Okay, so if we refer to our last project, we had welcome guest. Now the first thing we do about DOM manipulation, we said const name place. Okay, and this was equal to document. That means we are accessing the whole document. Now, in the link tree of the document, we want to select something, okay? So that way we use the query selector, and we say we want to access the ID, okay? And that ID is name, is right here. ID of name. And on the web page, you can access everything. You can either access an H1, you can access an ID, you can access a class. So let's say if we wanted to change this and say we access the H1, just like this, H1, okay? And all you're going to do is to create a function set header, okay? We are just going to call it like that, function set header, and this function is just going to say name place. Now, after accessing an object on the document object model, what do you want to do with that object? There are so many things you can do, but for now we are just going to say we'd like to access the text content and set that to margin, okay? So if we call this function, we say set header, and we call that, we go back to our page or our browser. Okay, so everything we see here, that is placed inside of the body. So if I refresh, now you see, cannot set property of null to text content, okay? And that is because you can't access an H1 using the query selector. That's why I wanted you to see that before I explain all the rest of how to access the content on the web page. So I'll bring this back to name, okay? So now if I refresh, give me a sec. After bringing this back to name, I'm going to refresh my browser, and when I refresh, you now see welcome Kim, and that means you can access an H1 or you can access an ID or a class using the query selector. But there is another method that is called, okay, let me remove this. This is the query selector, and that's how you do it. You, inside of the bracket, you put either thing or double quotes, and if it's an ID, you put the hashtag. If it's a class, you put a dot like this. That means that is a class, but here we put a hashtag since it's an ID. So there is another way of doing this, and instead of saying query selector, I'll say get element by ID, and here all I need is to say name. I don't need to put the hashtag in front because it knows already that we want to get the ID. So if I refresh that, it's going to be the same behavior as before. Now let me give that a try and a refresh. After refreshing, oh, give me a sec. I made a small mistake right here, and this is, let me check that. The ID is name. Yeah, that is supposed to be just like that. Now we go back to our browser. Give me a second, and I refresh. You still see it, right? Welcome Market. And to prove you that it really works, I can do this here and change this Merkim, set it to Kim, okay, so that you see that it really works. After doing that, I go back to my browser, and right here, when I refresh, you see welcome Kim. That means we have got the element by ID instead of using the query selector. So those are the two types, but here, if you want to get the element using its class instead of the ID, you are going to say get by class name. Get by class name, just like this. And remember, for the other type of query selector, you have to specify inside here. If you put a hashtag, that's an ID. If you put a dot, that is going to be a class. but when you use get element, you want to say by class name if it's a class name, by ID if it's an ID. That's how you do it. But now a third way of getting an element from the document is using the tag. Okay, remember for the case of our h1 that is right here, for our h2 or our section, you can get any element you want. You can't say get by ID or by class name, since that is not it's neither a class name nor an ID. So here all you're going to do is say get element by tag name. You have this tag name, and now let me say I want to get the whole section. So instead of saying welcome blah blah blah, it's going to be this welcome is only going to change to Kim. So I'm going to put my tag name, and this is section, that is my tag name. So if I go back to my browser and I try to refresh this, when I refresh, you see right now it's welcome Kim. So when I refresh, it's welcome guests. Okay, so now the only thing I have to change here so that it works is going to be this. Give me a second. I say get element dot get element by tag name, and this is going to be section. Okay, so now these elements are going, let's say on your web page you have 10 sections, right? Now the JavaScript doesn't know which one of those ones is going to be rendered, right? And they are placed inside of an array. So if you want the first one, you just need to put 0, just like this. Okay, so after doing that, this is going to work now the way we expect it to work. So it says welcome guests. When I refresh, you see now it has changed to Kim. And now you may wonder, why are we using 0? Remember when I was talking about arrays, I said arrays are indexed value. That means we are now getting the first element of that array. The same way when you are using classes, remember classes, you can have many classes on a web page, but you can only have one ID. So for the ID, there's no need of specifying which ID, because we only have one ID on a single page. But in the case of class names, tag names, you have to specify which one you want really to pick back, because they come inside of IDs. In a sort of an array. So all the sections of the web page, if there are 10 sections or if there are 10 classes, they come in sort of an array. So now you have to specify which one you are going to use in your case. That's why after specifying that we want the first element of the array, you saw that had changed, right? And that is basically how we get an element on the web page. You either get it by its tag name, you get it by its ID, or you get it by its class. And to get them, you can use different methods, either get element by tag name, get element by ID, get element by class name, or simply query selector and specify if it's a name, and specify if it's an ID or it's a class name. Okay, so after getting that element, we will get it here. Now in our case, we want to change the content that is on that element. That means we want to change the content that is in this section, and if we check that, the content is welcome guest, because the section is right here. Inside that we have welcome guest. So I want to change the content of that one and set it to Kim. Okay, so instead of having welcome guest, I just want, after the user has, there is no user here, I want to change that welcome guest to Kim, simply doing that. And here you can either say text content, and that is only when you want to change the content. But there is another method called inner HTML, and this is used basically when you want to inject a new element. Let's say you want to inject a paragraph. Okay, you want to inject a paragraph just like this, and you want to put this inside of that paragraph. Oh, this is not supposed to be here, but inside here. So you see now this is a form of an HTML, right? Now let me show you what I mean by inner HTML means you have to change the HTML. If I say inner HTML, you are only going to see Kim because those P are going to be considered as HTML. So now we give this a try. Again, I refresh. You only see Kim right here because those paragraphs tags are being treated as HTML. Okay, that's why we say inner HTML. But now if you stick on text content, these paragraph tags are also going to be treated as text content. That means they will show up on the screen. So if I refresh this, you should see those paragraph tags on the screen. When I refresh, now you see paragraph. And that means for text content, you only need to change the content. And for inner HTML, you will need, if you have placed some tags inside, you will want those tags to be treated as HTML tags and not as text content. And basically that's the roundup on the document object model. So when you master those principles, you can change everything on the page. Let's say maybe when a user clicks on a button, you want to change something. And maybe let's implement that real quick so that you see how it really works or how we do that. Okay, so I'm going to add in my HTML. I'm going to add in a button. Okay, and this is going to be change name. I'm going to call that change name. Okay, and now I should give it an ID also, and this ID is going to be ID of button so that I access it using its ID. Okay, so now here I'm going to say const button, and this is going to be equal to document dot. I'm going back to my query selector because I'm used to query selector, and this is going to be, I'm going to select that ID, the ID of button. Okay, but before I proceed, I want to specify that for query selector, you can also select all the elements. Let's say you have 10 elements that have a class of button, but when you say query selector button this way, it's only going to pick the first element of that array of buttons. But if you want to select all the elements that have the same class, you have to say query selector all, and that way they are going to come in form of an array as well, in the same way as up here, but more of that later. So this was an ID and it's ID of button. And let me change this, it looks weird, right? I'll say query selector. I like the query selector because it's really, I mean, it has some fashion, right? Query selector, and I'm going to select, to this case, the ID of name. This is going to be an ID of name. So now we have a name place and we have a button. So now we are going to implement an event listener. Okay, and we are not going to call the function, we are just going to implement the event listener or the button. Okay, so this button dot add event listener, and the event listener is going to be the click event. So whenever we click on a button, we would like now to set header. Okay, and here if you see something, we are not calling this set header, we are only pointing at that function so that it only executes when we click on this button. Okay, because if we call it, it will execute before we click the button, but if we only point at that, it's going to execute only when we click on that button, it's going to execute. So now you may wonder, what is that add event listener? And don't worry, we are going to cover that next, but for now just follow along. So if I refresh on my web browser, I should now see a button, right? Now we see welcome guest and we see a button. And don't worry if this is complicating you, I'm going to change it a little bit so that it becomes a little bit styled. Okay, so I'm going to change this to a span. I'm going to change right here. We went from H2 to a span. Okay, so now if I go back to my browser, you should see some change, right? Okay, so at least now you see welcome guest and change name. So what is going to happen here? Whenever I click on this button of change name, it's going to change that name. Let me see in my code what we have implemented there. I go back to JavaScript, and it's going to change the text content to Kim, and I'm going to just say Kim like this. So after doing that, we're going to give it a try and see what is going to happen. When I refresh here, okay, the page is displayed, but look, when I click on this change name, you see it changes, it becomes welcome Kim. Okay, that means that function is being executed, or the DOM is being manipulated only when I click on button change name. All right, so I think you get that notion of add event listener, but don't worry, this is what we're going to cover next. And without wasting time, let's cover now the event and event listeners. All right, so now before talking about event listeners, let's first define an event. What is an event? An event is an action that happens to our document in the browser, or to our HTML. Let's say a simple event is when a user clicks a button, when a page is loading, or after a page has loaded, or when a user is scrolling on our page, when a user hover over something. All those are events. Now, how do we respond to those events? That's when the event listeners come in. An event listener is a function that listens to an event whenever it occurs. Let's say in our last example, we have the click event. So you have an event listener that listens maybe when a user clicks on a certain button and does something after that. So let's quickly talk about that, and we are going to use the same button we used before. So I'll say const button, and this is going to be equal to document.query selector, and I'm going to select that button, okay, using its ID of button. Then after doing that, I'll add an event listener to that button. We have add event listener, and this add event listener takes in two parameters. The first parameter is the event that happened, or the event that we'll be listening to on that particular element. So in this case, you're going to listen to the click event. So whenever a user clicks on a certain button, and we have so many events. We have the click event, we have the mouse over event, we have the whole, so many events. So to make it simple, we start with the click event, and there will be a function that will execute. Okay, so now this function is going to be, let's create an anonymous function, or to make it clean, we can do the way we did it in the last exercise. We defined a function outside and pointed at it on that event listener. But in this case, we won't do that. We'll do it very straightforward. And we say whenever a user clicks on this button, we say console log button clicked, okay? So that we just test that button clicked. All right, so after doing this, you just need to go back to your browser and refresh. When you're here, you refresh. Now, whenever you click here, just look at the console. I click, you see button clicked twice, 3 times, and so on. So that means we are listening to that event whenever a user will click on that button. There is another event called mouse over, and I won't go much deep into that. You may find the docs on MDN if you want to know all the events. And if you want, also I have another video talking about all that on my channel. You may want to check that also. I talk about all the events that are there, are most used out there. So here I'm going to say mouse over. So that means when the mouse will be over the element, we'll see button clicked. So now if I go back to my browser and I refresh, just refresh here, you see my button, my cursor is way far from that button, but as soon as my cursor is on that button, you see button clicked. I put it away, I put it back, button clicked again. Okay, so that's how you react on events. And depending on the application you are developing, you can use those different events and give them, and react to them the way you want. And you react to an event using that function. Okay, so we'll say add event listener. I will react to the mouse over. And how am I going to react to that mouse over is by defining a function that will do something whenever you over that element. So we are going to do a simple project here, and I'll be saying, maybe let me remove all this, and I'll remove this line also. And all I'm going to do here is to create, let me first remove all the code that is right here. Okay, so all I'm going to say is to create a span. Again, I'm going again to create a span, and inside of that span, I'll say I have been clicked. By default, it's going to be 0 times. Okay, and let me maybe change this a little bit. Instead of using a span right there, I'm going to use the section again, the way we did it before. I'm going to say section, and this is going to be a span, because remember, I want to style that in a different way whenever I use a clicks there. So I'm going to put 0 here. Okay, so after doing that, I'll say this span will have an ID, not here, but inside of the opening tag. This will have an ID of count. Okay, so now I'm going to call that count number, and this is going to be equal to document dot query selector, and all I'm going to select here is that ID. I'm going to select that ID of count, right? ID of count. And here we get an error because I've defined this in the wrong way, and I'm supposed to use the camel notation just like that. So next step, I'm going to say cost section, and this is supposed to have 1s, cost section, and I'm going to say just cost section. This is going to be equal to document dot query selector, and I'll select that using let me say get element, because that section I don't want to give it an ID or a class, and I'll select that by tag name, and the tag name is going to be a section. Okay, and remember it has to be 0 because this comes back in form of an array. So I'll say on this section, I would like to add an event on this section, and I'll say section that add event listener, and the event that I would like to add here is the click event. Okay, and this click event should listen to a function that will be, whenever I click, it will increment this count number. So I'll say count number dot inner or text content. This is going to be equal. Now in my case, I would like to create another constant here, and I'll say, or maybe I'll select number. By default, this is going to be 0. Okay, so now this is to increment that. I'll say number, I increment that, and now I put number here. Okay, so now if we give this a try, we should see that incrementing counter in our project. So if I refresh, when I click, you see I've been clicked 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, and so on. Okay, and that's how you put that event listener and put it in practice in real world, you may say maybe you want to count how many times a user has visited a page or something like that and store that in your database. That's how you can do it using an event listener that will be listening to a function whenever a same logged in user refresh a page or comes to a page, right? And so that was a simple example of how you can implement that event listener and listen to those events. And don't worry, we are going to be covering this as we go on with the project during this course. So stay tuned, we are going to be covering that and you'll understand more than you do right now. So now we are going to follow along and go to the next step. Okay, so now we are going to be talking about conditions in JavaScript. Okay, and now when I say conditions, we are going to cover the if else condition, the if else condition, and lastly we are going to cover the switch, how to use a switch. Instead of using many if statements, we are going to use the switch, and how to use how can I call it, the shortcut of the if else statement. I'm going to show you how that works, but for now let's create a function to illustrate that. And for this particular point, I'm going to create an application that will be taking in the user input or the user's age and transform that, and check if that user is more than 18 years old or less than 18 years old, and see how we can react to that, right? So here I'm going to say, let me first create an input here. I'll create an input right here, and this input will have a placeholder, and that placeholder will say enter your age, just like this, and 3 dots, just like that. So I will also have a button, okay, and here it will be submit, but that button won't be of type submit. So I'll give it an ID, and this ID is going to be button, just to make it easy. And here I'll add another ID, and this is going to be age. Right, so let me first call all those those two elements. I'll say input, this will be equal to document dot query selector, and I'll select this element by its ID of age. Okay, and the second element is going to be button, and I'll select that using, oh, give me a second, this is not supposed to be here. Okay, it's just a mistake. And this is going to be document dot query selector, and I'll select that using the ID of button. I think that the ID I gave to that element, yeah, and that's it. So after doing that, I'll create the function that check age, okay, and that is going to be the name of my function. And this function will be, okay, let me first add another element here, or actually no, this function is just going to be alerting the age. Okay, this is going to be saying you are over 18 years. Okay, you are over 18. But now what can I do so that if that person is under 18, we alert something else, like you are under 18, you can't access this website. We are thinking of it like this is a website for adults, right? And for this, I'm going to introduce the if else statement, and I'll say if. Now, this is how you declare the if statement. You put the if keyword, you open the bracket, you now put the condition. In my case, I'll say input is greater than 18. Okay, so if that person, okay, let me say greater or equal than 18, so that we check if that person is 18 or above. So in this particular case, I'm going to alert you are over 18. Okay. So now, else, I'm going to put else. If that condition is not matched, what can we do? If that person is strictly under 18, we are going to alert you. You're going to alert you are under 18. You can't, okay? You can't access this website. Okay. And now let me just put backticks here so that it doesn't complicate us a lot. And that's all I have to do for this function. But now, before doing this, okay, I'll have to check if that input is not equal to 0. So I'll say input. Oh, let me just do this. Say const input value. Okay, now we want to get the value of the input the user has entered, right? And this is going to be input dot value. Okay, and I say console log. Okay, let me just log the input in my console so that you first see what's the input, right? Input value equal input, and I log that to my console. Now I have to add an event listener so that this function gets called only when I click on the button. So I'm going to say button dot add event listener, and the event listener I'm going to add, you guess it, is the click event. And remember, I said here you don't call the function, you only point at the function. And now I've just pointed at that function, and that should do the deal. So if I go back to my browser and I come to my website, I refresh. Okay, you see enter your age and submit. So right now I'm going to say I'm 28 years old. So when I submit, you see this page says you are under 18, you can't access this website, but you have not yet reached this level because our condition has not been verified. But I want you to look at the console. When you collect the input, you just collect the whole element. So now, what do we do if we want to get back this value right here? To do that, I'm just going to say dot value. And that's what I wanted to show you, because maybe you may be wondering, why am I getting input here and saying input value? But now when I say input dot value, I'm only accessing the value of that input right there. So if I refresh again, I refresh my page and I do it, ignore the alert for now. After refreshing, you see I put 50. When I submit, just ignore this for now and I'll tell you why. But the good thing, you see in our console, we have this value being logged in the console. That means at this point, we are getting back the value in the right way. So now we can use it in our function to trigger all those if-else statements. So when I go back there, now instead of saying input here, I'm not going to say input value. Now the value that I'm getting from the user, that's what I want to compare. And as you can guess it, okay, let's give that a try. Instead of talking about it, let's just give it a try and see what is happening. Okay, right now, if I enter 30, let's say I'm 30 years old. So if I submit, you see, you are over 18. And that means our function is working very well. And if it was a website where people who are below 18 are not supposed to access, you can first prompt the user to enter his or her age and then decide on what to do after that. Let's say he or she enters 15. Now, when you click submit, you see they say this page says you are under 18, you can't access this website. But in real world, you don't want to alert that. You want to use that information so that you deliver good user experience. Maybe if that person is not allowed to access the website, you won't give them access to the website. But if they're allowed, if they're over 18 years old, they can access the website. You'll redirect them to the right page. Okay, so that was a simple example of the if else statement. So now here I'm going to reshape this. Let me just delete this part here. I'll stay with the check age, and next step I'm going to say I think this is a good example to illustrate the if and else if statement, and to see how we can move that to the switch. So here I'm going to say let day. Okay, so now I'm going to have this function will be check day. This function will be check day, and I'll say right here if day, I have to open my bracket. If day equal Monday, I will console log happy day. Okay, just like this, happy day. So now I want to add another check or another if statement. How can I do that? Instead of saying another if here, I'll just say else if, and this else if should take another condition. Say day equal Tuesday like this. All I'm going to do is to say console.log it's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. Okay, now imagine if you want to add day per day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and so on. We are going to have many else if statement, else if, and that's, you see, that doesn't look that nice, right? And I'm going just to say else. So this is in case we end another that is not among the 7 days of the week. We are going to have that, and this should be console log enter. Okay, enter valid day, just like this. So now if we want to give this a try, we are going to say this will be taking in a day, just like, okay, this will be taking in a day, and we may right here, it's not that important, so I'll say function. I'll just call this function not without the function keyword, so I'll say check day, and I'm going to put here a day. I'll say Wednesday. But as you can see here, what is going to be output in the console is going to be enter valid day, and that is because Wednesday is not among our conditions, so it will be considered as a non-existing condition or as an error. So when I go back here to my browser, when I refresh, you see they say enter valid day, and that is normal because Wednesday is not among our conditions. But let me implement that real quick here. So all I'm going to say is to add another else if, say day equal Thursday, maybe Thursday. So when day is equal to Thursday, I'll console log happy Thursday, just like this. Okay, so now the last part, it's supposed to be square bracket, but now we are going to else. Okay, this way out. Imagine if you have like 10 conditions to check. This else if can you may use another type of, there is another way of declaring, of forming those functions block or conditions block, and here it's going to be switch. We are just going to say switch, and this will take in the day, right? So after doing this, to do is to open the curly brackets, and now if block, what you can consider as a if block, is going to be represented by case. There is a special to say Monday or day equal Tuesday, you just say case Monday. Okay, so now this will trigger the day because you have say the switch is our day, so each case is being compared to day, and here you just have to put it like this, and here we'll set console.log it is Monday, just like that. But now the break, okay, you have to put the break statement so that we know that that case is done and we can go to the next case, and this case is going to be Tuesday. Same procedure, and I'll say console.log it is Tuesday, just like this. And always remember the break statement so that we don't go to the next conditions and check those conditions. Okay, so now I'll do continue if you want, but the last case, now our else part, remember we said else enter right day, okay, when we are using the if else statement. So here we don't say else, we just say default. So this will be the default case where other cases don't match. So we'll go to this case, and I'm going to say enter a valid day. And as you can guess, if I put here this Wednesday, it's going to say enter a valid day. So now let me give that a try so that we confirm that it really works, right? So if I refresh, they say unexpected token line 10. That means we have a small error on line 10. Oh, this is not supposed to be a semicolon, it's just supposed to be like that. So now if I go back to my browser, and right here you won't see any error. Now you see enter a valid day. So if I go back and set that to Monday, and don't get confused guys, I said enter valid day because we didn't put a case for Wednesday. But if I enter Tuesday here, just like this, you will see it is Tuesday. So I'm going back to my browser. So remember, you always have to refresh your page, and now you see it is Tuesday. That means everything is just working perfectly, and that's what we want. So cases where you have multiple if block, you can switch that to the, you can change that to the switch and use the case for different blocks. Okay, so now we are going to talk about the newest way of doing that, and it's kind of have a good fashion, but only use that for short conditions. Okay, so maybe if we go back to our case where we had only one check to check if the age is over 18 or under 18, we can go back to that. I'll say const input, that is going to be equal to dot query selector, and I'm going to select this by its ID of name, age. Next step, I'm going to call the button is going to be equal to document dot query selector, and I'm going to select this by I'm going to select this by its ID of button. All right, so all I'm going to do is to declare this function will be checking if, okay, before that I'm going to collect the value of my input. I'll say const input value. This is going to be equal to input dot value. That way we get the user's value. And now I'm going to check if that value is under 18 or over 18. So all I'm going to do here is to take the condition, okay? And my condition in this case is going to be input value is greater or equal than 18, and I don't need to put this bracket is greater or equal to 18. So now I put a question mark, so to say if this is true, if that condition is true, I do something, and if that condition is not true, I will do something else in that case. So after doing that, so here I'm going to output the condition for that, okay? I'm going to say console.log or alert. This will be alerting you are over 18. So if that condition is not matched, we put okay, you are under 18, just this way, and here it's going to be like this. So that means if this condition is matched, this is what you're going to be doing. If that is not matched, now this is the else part that will say you are under 18. And as you can see, this function, you can only use it for small conditions, right? But for long conditions, we advise to use the if keyword as it's supposed to be done. So if I give now this a try, I go back to my browser. But before that, we are not yet done here. So we have defined that. Now we need to add an event listener to that button. Okay, we are going to add the event listener, and the event listener is going to be the click button, and we are going to add a function here, and this function, function, we are going to define earlier, and it's going to be check. It's supposed to be check day. It doesn't make sense. It's going to be check age, and down here I change check age. That way we are done with that. All right. Now, if I go back to my browser, we should see right here. When I refresh, I enter my age. I enter maybe 50. I'm not 50, but I enter 50 right there. Over 18. If I enter 5 or under 8, let's imagine you develop an application. Think about the maybe enter on the button without entering any age, right? So if I it up with that, with something there. If I'll say input value, I'll add another if statement. I'll say in, okay, trim that, or first trim that function, the input value. I first trim it, then I calculate the length, and at the beginning and at the end of the element to remove the empty space. If we end the trim and something when the length is 0, so greater than 0, okay, and all I'm going to do here, if that length is greater than 0, it's equal. If that is equal to 0, instead of statement, I'll just say and. Okay, and this something whenever that is greater. So I'm going to be putting this function here inside of a normal if statement, and I'll say if that is matched. Okay, only that time we can do this other if check. Okay, now that is going to be inside of the other one. So that means if the input value trimmed is not greater than 0, we won't do anything. Now, if we give this a try and I go back to my browser, right here, if I refresh, so when I click submit, okay, nothing happens, right? I'm clicking the submit button, but nothing happens. Now, as soon as I enter a value right here, say 2, when I submit that, you'll see you are under 18. And that way, we have prevented ourselves from submitting empty values, so that our code executes for nothing, okay? Or we get some unwanted errors. And that way we have covered all the ways of placing a condition in our code. So next step, we are going to be talking about loops, okay? So at some point when you're developing an application, at some point you would like to automate some tests, okay? Some code, all right? Maybe you would like to say repeat this code as long as a certain condition is matched. And that way the loop is important, because a loop is a block of code that executes as long as a certain condition is matched, right? And before talking about loops, I would like to specify that we have 5 loops, okay, or 5 types of loop. We have a for loop, we have a while loop, we have a for in loop, a for of loop, and a do while loop. And don't worry, we are going to cover all the 5 types of loops in this tutorial. So let me start with a for loop, okay? So here I'm going to say for. We use a for loop using a for keyword, okay? We open the bracket, and inside of the bracket we have 3 parameters. And normally the first parameter is the variable or the parameter initiation. That means you initiate a parameter. The second statement in the inside of the bracket is going to be the condition, and the last one is going to be the execution. If I'm to say maybe increment a number after each iteration, so you'll add a statement to increment the number. So let me show you that in practice. So here I'm going to say let I equal 0. And if you wonder why I'm using I, it's some sort of convention, right? People tend to use I and J in loops, okay, and in development in general. So I'll select I equals 0. The second condition, I'm going to say as long as I is less than 10, the third statement is going to be increment I, okay? So here all I'm saying is to say I start by I equals 0, all right? So the first iteration will iterate when I is 0. Then as long as I is less than 10, the loop will still execute, and it will be incrementing I by 1 each time we loop through that. So what I'm going to say is console log. I'm going to console log I, all right? So that you see that I at each iteration of the loop. So now, after doing this, and before we go to our IDE, I want to specify that iteration or those 3 statements in the iteration are not mandatory, okay? You can omit the first one or the last one if you want, but that condition, the middle statement, is mandatory. So let's go back to our browser and see if that works, right? So as long as I hit my browser, you see we have from 0 to 9 being printed, okay? And all that is being printed, but we had only this statement to automate that task. And if you check well in my browser, we have from 0 to 9. And why did we did not print 10 in our browser? Because when that I reaches 10, the condition is no longer matched, because we say I should strictly be less than 10. But if we say I is less or equal than 10, in that particular case, we can see we can see 10 in our browser. So let me say I is less or equal than 10. And let me just put some space here so that it becomes a little bit cleaner. So I'm going to say I is less or equal than 10. And this time around, we are going to see 10 printed in the browser. So if I refresh, you now see we get from 0 to 10. And that is basically how you can use a for loop. And don't worry, we are going to take a real world example when we start working on our project. But for now, it's just to help you understand the whole concept of loops. So after talking about the for loop, the second loop we are going to talk about will be the for in loop. And all the time when I want to explain the for in loop, I used to say that it's a loop for object, right? Why am I saying that? It's because if you use a for in loop on your arrays, it's going to, in most cases, you won't get the expected result. But when you use that for in loop on object, you get the expected result. Now, how do we use the for in loop, or what the purpose of the for in loop? The for in loop iterates over all the properties of an array and return all those properties. So to use that, or I mean not an array but an object. So to use that, I'll say const person. Okay. I'm going to create an object. So I'll say name equals marking, just like this. Second parameter, I'll say age 19, and I'll add maybe 6. This is masculine, just like that. So after doing this, I would like to use, and this is not name but name, and now I would like to use the for in loop, and basically I'm going to do a simple task and get back all the values printed. Okay, so I'm going to say for, I open my bracket, and I'll say maybe prop, okay, because as I said, it returns all the properties of an object. Okay, props in person, just like this. Now, how do we call that a for in loop? Because as you can see there, it looks like a normal for loop, but now we'll say the for in loop because we have a for here and we have this in keyword. Okay, and that is why we call it a for in loop. So now all I'm going to do here is to console log. Okay, I'm going to console log that. I'm going to console log the value. Okay, I'm going to say person at x, at prop. Okay, was that the property? And remember, in one of the last lectures, I said object a named value. That means we are going to get this person object and pass in the property. Okay, like for the first time, we're going to say person name. Now that will return the value that is stored in the name property. So with no further ado, let's try that. Okay, I think I made a small mistake. I was not showing my IDE, and this is what I've done according to the explanation. You can take a look in a second. So let's go back, and as I was alright, so let's go back to our browser and give that a try. So when I refresh here, okay, you see all the values are being printed in my console. We have marking 19 and masculine. Okay, all of them are working perfectly, and that's the role of that for in loop. And as I said it, use the for in loop, especially if you are working with objects, right? All right, so now I'm going to change this and talk about the following loop, and that is the for of loop. Now the for of loop works kind of like the for in loop, but now this one loop is especially for arrays, for strings, and for arrays and string, as we are in JavaScript. That is where you can use, that's the best practice to use the for of loop. Okay, so here I'm going to say person, and this person I'm going to assign it an array, and it's going to be, let's say we have Kim, and this doesn't make sense to say person, so I'll maybe say people. Okay, so here you're going to have Kim, we're going to have Moses, we are going to have someone else, we are going to have Joseph, we are going to have who else? Okay, let's add Alicia. All right, so after doing this is now an array of people. So what if I want to print all those people in one statement? Okay, I want to print them one by one, but using only one statement. So to do this, I'm going to use a for of loop. Okay, so I'm going to say for, I open my brackets, and I'm going to say person of people. Okay, so this one statement means for each person or for each element of people, of this array, I'm going to console.log person. All right, so here, as you can think about it, we are going to get all these elements printed in our console one by one. So if I give that a try and I refresh, after refreshing, you see them, Kim, Moses, Joseph, and Alicia. They are all being printed in our console using that one line of code, or that for of loop. Okay, and after talking about the for of loop, the next step is going to be the while loop. And basically the while loop takes in only one parameter, and that is the condition. Okay, and I'm going to say maybe while we want to say while I is less than 10 or than 5, so that let me say than 10, doesn't matter. I'll say while I is less than 10, console.log I plus plus. Console.log I, then you increment down here. I'm going to say I plus plus. So here I'm just going to say let I equal 0, so that we start at 0. Okay, so after doing this, I go back to my browser, and when I refresh, you now see them printed just the same as the for loop, but now here we have the while loop. Okay, but now don't get confused with these loops, because sometimes you might, especially for the while loop, sometimes you might run into an infinite loop, and you should avoid that while defining your logic. Let's say if I was not incrementing this, now I could get all the time this 0 is less than 10. That means 0 will be printed in my console an infinite number of time, and that will be an infinite loop, and it will break all our application. But we don't want that. That's why we have to be careful while defining the logic in our loops. Right, so that's how this loop works. But maybe let me give you another example, because we have talked about numbers for a long time. So here I'm going to put just my name here, say American. So now I'm going to say while I.length, that means it will take the length of this name. Okay, so I'll say while I.length is less than 10, console log I. Okay, so now if you take a look at this statement, or let me change it. When I say I.length is equal to 10, not to 10, because that will not print anything, I'll say is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I say that when this is equal to 6, console log marking name. Okay, just I make it that simple. So if we give that a try, you should see something in our console, right? When I refresh, you now see it's being printed an infinite number of times. Marking name. And that, why is it being printed an infinite number of times? That is because this condition is matched all the time. Okay, and I'm going to say while that is matched, do that. But if you take a closer look, that condition will be matched all the time. Okay, as long as I don't change that name, that means I'm going to have that condition matched all the time, and that will also break my application. That way you have to be very, very careful while working with these loops. So now let's talk about the fifth loop, or the fifth type of loop, and that will be the do while loop. Okay, and basically that do while loop works the same as the do loop. So let's try to see how that is done. And here you use the do keyword and you put the bracket. So at the end of those curly brackets, you just say while, and this stays the same. I'm going to say while I is less than 10. Okay, so I will try to go back to the same code I had for the while loop so that you see that it works almost the same way. So I'll select I equals 0. You initiate the value outside. So here I'm going to say, I'm just going to console.log I, and I'll log that. After logging the I, I'll increment that so that you don't get an infinite loop. So by trying this into my browser, you should see the same behavior as what we saw when we're working with that while loop. Okay, so here in my console, when I refresh, you now see still being printed the same way as the while loop. And that, I think that's why this do while loop is not widely used in general. So people tend to use the while loop instead of the do while loop because they look to be the same. I mean, they work the same way, though the do while loop is a bit longer to define than the while loop. So with that said, I've covered all the 5 types of loops, and we have not yet taken a real world example for this, and that's because we are going to cover that in our project, our real world project, so that you see the way it works. So basically this was just a brief explanation about that, or a brief introduction about those loops. All right, so now after talking about loops in JavaScript, this time around we are talking about operators, and operators basically help us do some calculation in coding. Okay, like here in this line of code we have an operator here that increments the number by 1 each time. So I think it's time to take a closer look at that. And in this tutorial we're going to talk about arithmetic operators, assignment operators, and the last part we are going to talk about comparison operators. So with no further ado, let's quickly start with assignment operators, okay, or arithmetic operators. So I'm going to create 2 arguments. So let A equal 5 and let B equal 7. All right, so the first arithmetic operator we're going to talk about is the plus. Okay, and that adds 2 numbers, or sum up 2 numbers, or multiple numbers, the way it works just in mathematics. So here if I say a plus b, and this is going to be equal to 5 plus 7, that means 12. Okay, that is the result we should expect from a plus b. Okay, and I will log that in the console later. So I'm going to put all the arithmetic operators at the same time, so I'll explain them one by one. So the next one is going to be console.log a minus b, a minus b. The following is going to be console.log a divided by b. Okay, a divided by b. Next, we are going to say console.log, this will be a times b, a times b. So now we are going to also talk about the modulus, and basically the modulus is the remainder after a certain division. Okay, so I'll say console.log, this is going to be a modulus b. Okay, so next we are also going to talk about how to increment by 1 and how to decrease by 1. Okay, so I'm going to say console.log, this will be a plus plus, console.log a minus minus. So these two, I'm going to talk about them a bit after because they are a bit complicating. So if you don't pay attention on those, you may find some difficulties. So let's see the output of that in our browser. When I refresh here, okay, you see all as they follow. Okay, all of them. This is the addition, this is the subtraction, this is the division, this is the multiplication, modulus, and incrementation, and how to decrease. Okay, you get 7 and 8. All right, so now after talking about those ones, I'm going now to focus on these two. Okay, how to increment and how to decrease. All right, so I'll first talk about the incrementation, because we have two types of incrementation. Okay, we have the pre implementation is this one, and the post implementation. So now when I console log a plus plus, I'm going to also say console.log. What do we mean by post implementation? That means this line here will increment that, so that when you use that variable for the second time, you get it incremented. That means right here, this one will have, when you log this to the console, you'll get 7 as it's up there. But when you log it after incrementing that, you're going to get 8. Okay, and for now, let me comment this pre-incrementation so that you see really how it works. So after doing this, when I refresh in my browser, okay, you get 7 and 8. As I said, the a plus plus was to increment so that next time when we use that same variable, we get it incremented. That means the line where there is a plus plus, you won't see the incrementation there, but you will see that the next time you use that variable. That is why we call it post incrementation. That means you increment, then lately you will have to use it. But apart from that, we now have the pre-incrementation. Okay, and that increments the value before using that value. That means if I say plus plus a, now in our console, give me a sec, when we say plus plus a in our console, we are going to see 7 incremented by 1. That means we are going to see 8 directly. That means the value will first be incremented, then we use it lately. Okay, now we have 8 right here, and the same procedure works for the decrementation, or how to decrease those values. All right, so that's all for the arithmetics operators. Now we are going to see the assignment operators, right? And for the assignment operators, I'm going to give you a quick example. And here, all you're going to do is to say, maybe, okay, let's keep one value. Let's say let A. So now you want to say a, the new value of a will be the last value of a plus 5. Okay, you can do this and console, when you console log a, give me a sec. So here you say a plus 5. Okay, so now here when you say console.log a, you are going to get 12 output in our console. And if you give this a try, when I refresh here, you see we have 12 there. Okay, that means we have assigned our a new value. I mean, we have added a new value to our a. Okay, and we can do it that way, but there is a new way of doing things. And as I said, this is an updated tutorial on how to use new JS syntax. So instead of saying a equals a plus 5, you can just simply say a plus equal 5. Okay, and that is the short way of doing that. So now if you refresh, you'll still see the same result output in our console. In our console, when I refresh, you still see 12. And you can do this assignment on all the other arithmetic operators. So you can maybe say a equals a times 5, a minus 5. Okay, and even you can say a divided by 5 or a modulus 5, and you are still going to get the same result as if you are going to put that a twice and do the calculation. Okay, and we'll see that in practice, or you may dig a little bit about that on the internet. You'll find more resources. For now, we are now going to talk about comparison operators, and these are widely used in if statement or in conditions. Right, so for this statement, the comparison statement, we have equal, strictly equal. We have equal, that is represented by 2 equal signs. We have strictly equal, that is represented by 3 equal signs. We have different, have strictly different. We have greater than, less than, greater or equal than, and less or equal than. And let me type them right here. So here we have the equal sign. Okay, this one is the strictly equal, and for the strictly equal, we compare the value and the type, right? And let me show you a quick example of how to do that. And I'll say here console log, okay, 2 is equal to 2. This will output true. But when I say console.log 2 is strictly equal to 2, that will say false. And we try this in our console. Okay, so when I refresh, you now see true and false, and that's because the first equal compared. Okay, you see here true and false, right? I was not showing that, and that is because this first one compares 2 by value. Okay, value 2 and value 2, but the second one compares the value and the type. That's why we are getting an error, because the first 2 is a number or an integer, and the second one is a string. That's where the difference comes from. Okay, and you can do that for the different and all those other types. So when you want to say 2 is different from 2, here you're going to get true, because that is true. Those 2 values are strictly different. So when I refresh, you now get true and true. Okay, and apart from the different, the is different, and you can add this right here, different. That's how you type it. Apart from that, we have the equal, the greater than. This is the less than. So here we have greater than, greater or equal than. Greater than is simply the greater sign. So here is greater or equal. This is less or equal. And when we remove the equal sign, it's strictly less. Okay, and those are all the operators. Okay, those are the assignment operators. And don't worry if you don't understand it yet, you will understand that when we work with, especially with conditions, because that's where we use them widely. Okay, so when we start working with the conditions, you'll understand more and more about the comparison operators. So now let's move on our first project and do something interesting with all the knowledge you have acquired during the past lessons. Welcome to this first project, and this is a budget app. Basically, you have the where the user can input his budget, and income and expenses get displayed on the right side, and just down the input field we have all the calculation being made right there. So as you can tell, the project is already deployed on GitHub, and now we are going to code that locally. And guys, as this is not a CSS course, I had prepared all the HTML and CSS for you. So if you want to do it, I'll put the link for that in the description below. It's going to be available on my GitHub so that you can clone that and follow along. So we are now just going to code the JavaScript part of this. And we are not using this build. Instead, we are using this one on localhost. As you can tell, this one is on my localhost, and even if you refresh and enter something here, let's say salary, and this is 5,000, even if you submit, nothing happens. That means this is our local project that is available on our machine. So let's quickly jump into Visual Studio Code and start the coding part of this. So first step, all I'm going to do here is to create some constant that I'm going to use, or to call some elements that I'm going to use in this tutorial or in this build. So to start up with that, I'm going to start by creating the first constant, and this is going to be my option. And all I mean by option, it's the option the user is going to type in. So it's either his expense or his income. Okay, so that is going to be the option, and I'm going to say const. Give me a second. I'm going to say const option. Okay, because we'd like to know what the user has typed in, or his input. Is it his income or his expenses? And that will help us during the calculation and during the way of outputting that in our on our user interface. So I'm going to say option is going to be document.query selector, and I'm going to use query selector throughout this whole build so that we make everything easy. And here it's going to be an ID of input option, just as simple as that. And this ID is coming from right here. So this is my HTML. We have my CSS here with all the stylings we need, but I had prepared some IDs, like right here to option. You see these are two options, income and expense, but that select part has an ID of input option, and we are calling that using its ID of input option. So next phase is going to be the input itself, right? So I'm going to say const input. This is going to also be document.query selector, and I'm going to select it by its ID of input. It has an ID of input. So if you go back and verify that, you have ID of input right here, okay? And this is where we have enter motif. So here our Visual Studio Code is outputting an error because we have misspelled the constant cured. So next step, it's going to be the input amount, okay? Because remember, as we were doing it, there was some part where you say, let's say your input is salary and the amount of your salary considered as your income. So we are going to have also some place to input the amount. Okay, so I'm going to say input amount. This is going to be document.query selector, and I'm going to select the amount by its ID of input amount. So we have an ID of input underscore underscore amount. If you go back to your HTML, you'll see that right here that you have that ID of input amount. Where it's right here, input amount. Okay, so next step after that input amount, I'm going to use the submit button. Submit button, just right like here, and this is going to be not a capital U. So I'm also going to select this, and guys, right now all I'm doing is I'm selecting all the elements I will need later. So some of those elements are going to be used for some events. Some of them are going to be used to display something to the screen, to manipulate the screen. So before I start all the function and all the logic, I want to get all those elements, or I want to reference them using all those constants so that it gets easy to use them later. So that's all I'm doing right here at this step. So submit button is going to be .query selector, and I'm going to select this element using its ID of submit. I gave it an ID of submit right there. So next step, after submit button, I'm going to create another constant. This is going to be const income total, and this income total, it's just, let me show you that on the interface so that you really get what it is. So right here, income total is this part, here where you say income $0. So we have $0. So every time you'll be adding income to your budget app, it will be displayed right there where I have said income total. So if I go back and I show you that in my HTML, you see that income total is right here. Income, it has an ID of income total, is this number I'm going to be outputting dynamically according to the total of the income. So this is going to be document.query selector, and I'm going to select this element also by its ID. In this build I have used mainly IDs so that we don't get confused by some classes being repeated. So after selecting this by its class of income total, I'm going to the next step, and as you can guess, it's now going to be expense total. This also is going to be equal to document.query selector, and I'll select it by its ID. I gave it an ID of expense total. Okay, so after doing this, next step we are going to create a constant, and this is going to be const article, and this is going to be equal to document.query selector, and I'll select it by its ID of article, article, just like that. So next step, after doing that, I'm going to select the amount. Okay, I'm going to say const amount. This is going to be equal to document.query selector, and this will have an ID of amount. Okay, now next I'm going to select the income list. I'll say const income list. This is going to be equal to document.query selector, and I'll select this by its class. I gave it a class of income list, and the next I'm going to say cost expense list. So basically this is the right part where each article or each item will be displayed according to its category. If it's an income, it's going to go to the income list and being displayed there. If If it's an expense, it's going to go to the expense list and being displayed there together with all other expenses. So I'm going to say document.query selector, and I'll select this by its class of expense. This is going to have a class of expense list. Okay, so now down here, the next step is going to be const balance, because remember, if you check on our build, right here you have balance, okay, where it's going to be saying your balance is 0 after calculating the total of your income plus the total of your expenses and reducting that, you'll be having the balance. That means the remaining amount you have. So here I'm going to say cost balance. This is going to be equal to document dot query selector, and I'll select this by its ID of balance. Okay, I'll select it by its ID of balance. Okay, so basically those are all the elements we are going to use during this build. So I've displayed all of them, or I've referenced all of them using all those constants you see right there. So now next step, let's start working on the logic of our application. Okay, so here, first step, I'm going to create two arrays. So I'll select income array is going to be equal to an empty array, and I'll select expense array is also going to be equal to an empty array. So now, why am I using those two arrays? All I'm going to do basically is whenever a user enters an expense or an income, the value of that income or the amount, let's say you have said your salary and you have put 5,000 as your amount, that amount will go to an array so that we can do some calculation later on. And don't worry, I'm going to explain all that in details. Okay, so after creating those two, we are going to add an event listener. So just guys, think about it. When do you want all your calculation to happen? It's when you click on the button. I mean, when you click on this same button here. So let me get rid of my deployed version here. Okay, and I stay with this one. I want all the calculation to happen only when I click on the submit button, because the cancel button, let me say, if I say here salary, and I put 5,000 here, if I click on cancel right here, everything is going to be deleted. Okay, so when I click cancel, everything gets deleted. But I want all my calculation and all my items to be displayed on the screen only when I click on the submit button. So I think logically we are going to put an event listener to the submit button so that we execute some functions whenever a user has clicked on that submit button. So all I'm going to do here is to add an event listener to that submit button. And the event listener, I'm going to say button, it's submit button, submit button to add event listener. And the event listener I'm going to add is a click event. So when I after doing that click event, I'm going to have a function here that will be triggered whenever that event happens. But now, as this submit button is of type submit, as you can see right here, type is submit. That means basically when you click that function, it will be sending. Okay, I was not showing my screen, my bad. So this is the event. I've added this line of code to add a click event on that submit button, and I said it's of type submit because as you can see here, you have type submit. So that means whenever a user will be clicking on that button, it's going basically to send some information to the back end. So in our case, we don't have any back end. And if you see right here, if I click submit, give me a sec. If I click submit, you'll see it will refresh right here. When I click submit, you see it refreshes the page. but we don't want that since we don't have any back end. So here, after clicking on this submit button, and as I said, it's an event, so this function will hold an event. Okay, so now all I'm going to do to avoid that the submit button sends information to our back end that we don't have, I'm going to prevent the default behavior of that submit button. And we have a special method called e.preventDefault, and this is a function. So calling that one line of code will tell our browser that even though I've clicked on the submit button, I don't want to send any information to any back end, so don't refresh the page. Okay, so after doing this, I'm going to say, now I'm going to get the value the user has typed in, or all the values he has typed in. So I'm going to say const input value. So now don't get confused. Here I said input just to reference that element, okay, that input field. So now I want to get the value that will be entered to that input field. That's why I'm going to say input value is going to be equal to input dot value. Okay, now I'm accessing the value properties on that specific element. So second, remember, a user will be entering three inputs. We are going to have the input itself, I mean the motive of the income of the expense, either salary or buying a car and so on. That will be the first input. The second input is going to be the category of the input. Is it an income? Is it an expense? And the third one is going to be the amount. Okay, so now I want to get all those values before doing anything else with our logic. So first thing, when a user clicks on that button, I want to get all those inputs he has typed in. So here I'm going to say option value. This is going to be equal to option dot value, just this way, option dot value, and I'm going to just remove this right here. Okay, so thirdly, I'm going to say cost amount value is going to be equal to amount, input amount dot value. So that way I've collected all the values, but I'm not doing anything with those values. So for now, let's quickly log those values, all those values to the console, right? I'm going to say input value, option value, and lastly amount value. So for now, I just want to log those values to the console. Okay, so after doing that, when I come back right here, and I have to open up my console. Let me first show you that screen. Okay, so right here, as you can see, we have that specific place right here, or our application, and right now it's not really responsive. And as I said it before, this is not a CSS course, so if you want to enlarge that knowledge, you can make it responsive at your own. But since I wanted to focus on the JavaScript, I did not focus that much on making this build responsive. So all I'm going to do is to enter a motif. I'm going to say salary. This is my salary, and I say 5,000. Okay, and guys, this is not my salary. I'm actually a student, so I don't have any salary. So here it's either income or expense, so I'm going to stick it to income. So check when I click submit, you see those values in my console. I have salary, I have income, and I have 5,000. Okay, but we don't want to only log those values to the console. So now let's do something useful with all those values. So now right here, all I'm going to do is to remove this console log part. Okay, I remove this, and now this is where our logic to update that, or to output that, those values in form of an item to the user interface, that logic will happen right here. So instead of making that in the same, in the same block of code, I'm going to go out of that block and define another function. And this function, I'm going to call it, let me say, add single element, okay, or add single article. This is going to be const add single article, just like this, okay. And this function, first, the function will be receiving 3 values, okay. It's going to be receiving the input, or let me say the motif. It's going to be receiving the category, and it's going to be receiving the value, okay, the value. So what are these things basically? So when I say motif, we're going to be receiving, in our case, it will be the input value, okay. The category will be the option value, and the value will be the amount value. So here motif is maybe salary, category may be income, and value is the amount, like 5,000, 2,000, and so on. So after getting all those values, first thing I'm going to do is to check if my value is different, okay. If my value is equal to 0, not different. If my value is equal to 0, I don't want to continue, right? If my value is equal to 0, I don't want to do anything, because you can't have an income of $0. You can't have an expense of $0. So it doesn't make any sense to output that to the screen. So if the value is equal to 0, directly I want to stop the logic. I want to say return. And basically this return keyword will just say go out of this function, okay. If value is 0, go out of the function. Don't do anything else, because it doesn't make sense to do anything else after when the value is 0. And my bad, I was not showing my screen once again. So this is what I've done right here up to this point. So as I was explaining, if that is equal to 0, we stop the function. We don't want to do anything when the value or the amount is equal to 0. But if that is different to 0, that means this condition is not matched. We can go to the next screen or to the next block execution. And the next block is execution. I'm going to first check the category. If category is equal, okay, if category is equal to income, let's say to income. Okay, so that means if we have an income, do this. Because remember, we are going to be outputting the item according to each category. If it's an income, it goes to the income. If it's an expense, it goes to the expenses. That's why I have to first check my category so that I execute or I follow some logic depending to the category of my item, if I have to say it like that. So if it's an income, first thing I'm going to do is to create a div. I'm going to say const div, and this div will be equal to document. We have a method called create element, and the element I'm going to create is going to be a div that will hold all our values, okay. So that div will be output to the right side of my screen, containing my input, and will also contain the amount. So I'll first create that div. Second step, I'm going to add a class to that div. Or let me first create all the divs I need, all the elements I need. I'm also going to say const paragraph. This is going to be equal to document dot query selector paragraph, and you just say p. That will the browser will be aware that you want to create a paragraph, okay. And I'm going to have const. This is going to be const span. I would like to have a span. This is going to be document dot query selector. This is going to be span, because I would like to create a span. All right. So now you may ask yourself, why do we want to create all those elements? And we want all those elements because, remember, when we output that to the screen, it has to be contained in some form of tag, okay. So it's going to be in that div, and the paragraph part will hold the motif, and the span part will hold the amount or the value. Okay, so after doing this, first step, I'm going to add a class to this div, and I'm going to say class list dot. Class I'm going to add is the class called article, just like this. This is the class I'd like to add, and you may ask yourself, where is that class located? And I prepared that class in my CSS file. So as you can see at the bottom, we have a class of article, and this is the styling of that class. This is why I recommend you guys, before going into this build, go and clone the repository so that you can follow along and get all the stylings I had prepared. But if you want to create your own and customize it, feel free to do it and follow along with the JavaScript part or the JavaScript logic. So after adding this class, next step I'm going to do is to take my paragraph and append something to that paragraph. Basically the paragraph is empty, so I'm going to append something to that paragraph, and all I'm going to append is take my span and append the value, the span. Okay, I'm going to say so. Now I have a paragraph. I created appended something to it. I created a span. I've appended something to it. Now I want to append all those two values, all the span and the paragraph. I append them to my div so that they get output down that div, inside of that div. And to do that, I'm going to use a new property and say div dot, instead of append, because if I append them to the div, I say append. If I say append child, they're going to be appended inside of the div. And if you take a look at the architecture of the div, a div has children. Okay, there is a div, it has its children. So if you go to our HTML, let's say this div of left, it has children. It has a form child and a section child and another div child. Okay, so that's why I want to say append child, and the first child I'm going to append is the paragraph. Then I'm going to also append another element. I'll say div dot append child. The second child I'm going to append, it's the span. Okay, and remember the paragraph already holds a value and the span holds a value. That means all those two elements, paragraph and span, are being appended now to the div, and that will make easy to append the div to our UI. You get what I'm saying? The div will be appended to the UI, and the paragraph and the span will be appended to the div. So let's quickly do that and say right here, if it's an income, I would like to add that to my income list. Okay, logically I'll say income list dot text content, or I'm going to say append child again. So we're going to append twice. Income list is a child to that section, and that will be my div. Okay, so after doing this and doing all the append, I'll go back here and you see my income right here. I would like to add a value to that income array, so I'm going to say income array, and since my income I gave it a let, it's not a constant, so I can reassign a new value to that. I'm going to say income array equals, and here instead of using the spread operator, okay, since this is an updated tutorial, we're not going to use the spread operator. So how do we use the spread operator, or what is the spread operator? So to do this, I'm going to say array, since this is going to be an array. So now to use the spread operator, you just say 3 dots and you get the array you want to spread. Okay, and it's going to be my income array. And you may ask yourself, why income array again? Because remember, this income array is already right here. Okay, no, So if you want to add a new value to that income array, or we like to append a new value, we want to pull all the elements that are already in the income array. That when we use the spread operator. So this income array with 3 dots before will get all the elements, or will get a copy of that array and add it right here. So all the elements that were already in that array will be output here. Then I add a new element, and this is going to be value. So by doing that already, I'm adding a new element to our income array. Okay. So I think that's all for this block of code. So here we're going to have an else statement, and basically else statement means if category is not income, in that case category will be expense. Okay. So when category is not income, we do something else. Okay. We output something to the UI according to that other function, and that is going to be, it's basically this same procedure. So all I'm going to do is to copy this up to this point. Okay, I'm going to say Control C, Control V. So now why am I copying that up to this point? It's because these two elements make the difference, because after getting the element, now you are appending it to the income list. So in this other case, we are going to append that element to the expense list dot append child div. Okay, and instead of updating the income array, right now we are going to update the expense array will be equal to, we use again the spread operator. We are going to have expense array and the value. Okay, so now this is where the difference comes from, only from these two elements. Okay, so expense list will be the list of all the expenses, and we append that element there. Income list, same, but now you can create a helper function, sort of a helper function, because as you can see, this code is repetitive. Okay, this same code is this same code. So instead of doing that, if you are using if you are working on a big project, you may want to refactor that code, but in this case it's a small piece of code. You can keep it as it is, but you may want to use a helper function and try to use that helper function so that you don't rewrite the same code 2 times or 3 times and so on. So after doing this, nothing will be output to my UI, because this was just a code definition. We have not yet used this function. So next step, we are going to use now that function and utilize it and see how it works and how to output that to our UI. Okay, so now we are going to use this code in this event listener. I wanted to put this code aside so that we makes it very clear what we are doing. So now here, all I'm going to do is to now utilize this event listener. Oh no, instead of the event listener, we're going to utilize our function we have just declared. So I'm going to say add single article, and now I'm going to pass in my real value that I'm getting from the user. So I'm going to say input value. Next is going to be option value, and lastly we are going to say amount value. So this way we have called our function, and I want to assure you that this will work in my, this will do something to my interface now. So if we give this a try, I go back here. When I refresh, okay, when I type in salary again and I say amount 5,000, when I click submit, you get it. It's being output right here. Okay, income, salary, and the amount of the value, it's being output right there. But now it's not really the true logic we want, because as you can see, this one it's getting a 0 here in front and so on, but we are going to work on that, don't worry. And next we are going to have let me say I want now an expense. If I click submit again, you see expense is being output the expense part and income is being output the income part. But to have some unwanted behavior where these ones are disappearing and these ones are appearing the other side, but don't worry, we are going to look after that in a second. So when I go back here, I mean, after doing this, if this after this function has succeeded or has done something, the next step we want to clear the input. So I have to say input dot value. I would like to set that back to an empty string, and amount value, I mean amount dot value, I want to set that also back to being empty. So after setting those back to empty, I'm going to say next here const inc tot. Okay, now this is going to be the value or the number of all the incomes. Okay, so if you have 5,000 plus 5,000, that the total is what you are going to put in that inc total. And to do this, I'm going to use, as this is an income, I'm going to use the income array, and I'm going to use a method called the reduce method. Okay, and by using this reduce method, basically the reduce method in our case is going to be taking in a function, and that function will take two values a and b, and it will return the sum of those two values. So in case of our array is going to contain many values, and those values will be added one by one, and at the end our result is going to be the sum of all the elements of the array. Okay, and we are adding those values right here, down here. Okay, so now the reduce method is going to take in a function, and this function will hold a and b just like this, and it will return a plus b. But now if you return a plus b like this, our a and b are being turned into strings, so we won't get the real value. So to change those strings into numbers, there is a little trick. You add the plus sign in front of that number, so it will be plus a plus b. This looks weird, but that's how it works. Okay, you transform a string to a number. That's how it works. So this way we're going to get the income total, and we're going to do the same for the expense total. So let's say x dot, it's going to be expense array. This way we're using the expense array, the reduce. So this reduce method will also take in two parameters, a and b, and it will return a plus a plus b. Okay, that's how it's going to work. And guys, if you don't return these values, your function will never work. I mean, your reducer will never get the sum of all the values that are in your array. So you have to make sure you use the return statement or the return keyword, depending on how you want to do that. So next step, after calculating those ones, I'm going to say income. First, it's going to be income total. Okay, and remember the income total is that place right here. Let me show you in the HTML. We have income total is going to be right here. So it's going to be, income will be like $10, $20, and expense total will also be something like that, $10, $20, depending on your expenses or depending on your incomes. So income total dot text content, I would like to change that text, because by default when you load your application for the first time, it's going to be $0. So whenever that changes, I would like to change that text. So if it was 0, it will be 10, 20, according to your income total. Okay, so this is going to be equal to inc dot, just like that, And now expense, the expense total is going to be equal to text. This is going to be equal to exp dot. Okay, that way we have added them. But remember, at the bottom of our page, let me show you there. At the bottom right here, you saw also balance. Your balance is $0. Okay, now we'd like to calculate that using JavaScript and output that dynamically. Okay, so I'm going to say balance. Remember, we have referenced that number using this balance, which is documented query selector by ID of balance. So it's going to be balance.text content. This is also going to be equal now to the total of the income minus the total of the expense. Okay, so I'm going to say inc dot minus exp dot. Okay, and all these are going to be updated whenever we click on that button and whenever all this appears. So at this point we are pretty done with all the logic, so it's time to test our application. So now if I go back to my browser and I refresh, so when I refresh right here and I enter salary, okay, I enter salary and the amount will be 5,000, and here we are working with dollars. So when I click submit, you see my income is coming right here. And don't worry, we are going to work on this weird behavior. Okay, that 5,000 and the expense. When I say maybe this is also buy a car, and I bought a car for $3,000. When I click submit, that is also being submitted the other side, but it shouldn't work like that. So before we proceed, let's first remove that weird behavior, right? So back here, I think the mistake we are making here is when outputting those values, and here we create an element. Oh, this is the mistake here. It's not supposed to be query selector, it's supposed to be create element. This is the mistake we are making. So I'm going to say create element, okay, and I'm going to replace those values everywhere. So I'm going to say create element, okay. It's not query selector, it's create element. And this was the mistake I was committing. That's why we had that weird behavior. So create element. Right here, it's also going to be create element. Okay, so after doing this, let's give it another try and hopefully it's going to work. So now if I refresh and I say enter motive salary 5,000, when I submit, okay, we get 5,000 right here. Okay, so now here I'm going to say buy a car. This was an expense, right? When you buy a car, you remove money, and this is an expense. When I submit, you get buy a car right here. So now those are being output right here, and we see this is a background of white and this is white smoke, and that looks pretty nice at this point, right? So here I'm going to say another income, or let's say side income, maybe just side income, to make sure it still works. Okay, we get side income right here, but this is supposed to be right here. My bad, I did not change this to income. So if I output that again, I say side income and I submit, okay, you get side income right here. But now, as you can tell, first, these values are not going, what we want is whenever I've typed in those values and the UI has been changed, I want to remove this value and set it back to null or empty. Also, but enter motif is working, right? That is being changed. Also, another behavior that I don't want is like right here, nothing is being output, okay? the income is not being output, the income total, the expense total, plus the balance is not also being output right there. So now let me first check what is going on here. And okay, so we have amount of value that is being set back to empty, input value back to empty, and income total right there. Okay, so now let me first do this and log those values to the console. The income and the expense. Okay, I'm going to log in dot and x dot. All right, so after logging these values to the console, I'm going to see what is going to happen. Okay, now when I go back to my browser, I'm going to try this. When I refresh here, let me open my console. Okay, so when I say enter motive, I say salary, and this is 5,000. When I submit, okay, we see here cannot set properties of null, setting value. Okay, so that's the error we are getting, and we are going to go back here and try to understand what is happening right here. So basically this is saying it can't set it back to null. And let's check. We are doing this is working. Okay, so now let me first log these consoles to my array. This is going to be income array and expense array. Okay, now I'm debugging my application. After doing this, I go back, I refresh, and now I enter motive salary. Okay, as before, this is salary, and the amount is 5,000. So when I click submit, okay, we are getting another error at index line 22. So if we go back there, okay, line 22, we get input dot value is equal to 0 and amount dot value is equal to 0. I think this is not amount dot value, is input amount. This is where the mistake is coming from, I guess. Input amount dot value. So after setting that correctly, I'm going to go back to my browser and see what is happening right now. So when I say salary again, and the amount is 5,000, when I submit, okay, we see now 5,000, and they say reduce of empty array with no initial value. All right, this is because here, let me show you what I mean right here. I'm first going to remove this, where I was logging my values to the console, and that is right here, my arrays. Okay, I'm first going to remove this line. And now remember, as I said, our error was saying can't perform reduce method on an empty array, right? And remember, there is something I didn't talk about, and this is using the reduce method. Okay, so while using the reduce method, this method provides for us a place for an initial value, because as you can tell, when you look right here, we have this method takes in two parameters, always two parameters. So when you first call the function and this array is empty, it's now going to take in only one parameter, and that will be the user input. Okay, and it will try to look for the second parameter, and it won't find the second parameter. So the reduce method provides for us a way of declaring an initial value. In case our array is empty, we get an initial value. So in our case, our initial value will be 0. So where do we add the initial value? We add it right here. After this function, you put a comma and you say 0. Also here, you put a comma and say 0. That will mean if there is no value initially, use 0. And why do you use 0? Because remember, our function takes in the sum, okay? So now for the first time, it's going to be the user input plus 0 so that we don't change that sum. After doing this, we are going to give it a try and see if that works. So now here, back to my browser, I refresh. After refreshing, I'll try to do this and say enter motifs. This is going to be salary, just like this. And the amount is going to be 5,000 again. So when I submit, okay, we get salary 5,000, income 5,000, and balance 5,000. So let's say we have an expense. You say buy a TV. Okay, you buy a TV for the amount of 1,000. So you have to change this to expense. When you submit, you see everything gets rendered instantly. Everything is changed right now. If you check to my list, income list, you have 5,000. Expenses list, you have buy a TV 1,000. Okay, and income was 5,000. Now the expense is 1,000 and the balance is $4,000. And as you can see, for the input, they get instantly cleared after the execution is done. So if you do that a couple of times, you can do that one more time and say maybe side income. Okay, I don't know which side income is that, but the side income. So maybe it has generated $2,000. I submit. You see, now income is 7,000, expense is 1,000, and balance is 6,000. Right, and it's being output this side. So if I say pay fees, okay, pay fees, maybe for the children and so on, and this is an expense, and that takes up $3,000. Okay, so when I submit, you see pay fees 3,000, and now my balance is 3,000, my expense is 4,000, and my income $7,000. And this way, guys, we have done this build. We are done with it. You can deploy it on your GitHub and host it on a custom URL domain. And maybe another task, you can try to make it responsive so that you can use it on a mobile screen. I mean, on small screens. Because for me, when I created this, I just made it possible to use it only on big screens. Okay. So after doing this, you have learned how to use arrays, how to use the reduce method, or all the calculations, how to use if-else statement, how to use the DOM manipulation. Basically, all you have covered in the previous lectures, okay, plus operators and so on. We have put it in practice in this one big build, and you can really be proud of it at this point. So guys, after this, we are going to go to the next lesson.
Alright, so it reaches a time in our development process when we run into code that execute or that takes a long time to execute. And by this, let me take an example of fetching data from an API. This code may take 1 second or 2 seconds to fetch data. But how do we handle that time of fetching data? How do we do that? As we know, the execution process goes from top to bottom. So what if a line of code takes time to execute? Normally, when the execution could have passed that line, it's impossible to go back and wait until that event takes in, unless you use callbacks. But that's not the case for this time. In this time, we're going to talk about asynchronous code, or we're going to especially talk about promises, okay? And how to handle them using two types of of function handlers, if I'm to call them like that. And first we're going to talk about the async await, and then we're going to talk about the promise chain. So starting with the async await, let's consider a function. Okay, let's say a function is called fetch data, and that function fetches data from an API and displays that data on the screen. Okay, so the function is called fetch data. We have to prepare a keyword before that function, and that will be the async keyword to tell the execution code that this function we are running in is an asynchronous function. So inside of that function we'll have await keywords, and these await keywords will be waiting for the code to execute until it goes to the following line. And that's why we call it async await, because it prepared an async keyword to tell the code execution that this is an async function, and it has await keywords to await for each line of code to first finish or to resolve so that we go to the next line. And don't worry, we'll see that in practice. The second way is using the promise chaining, okay? And the promise chaining is using the then keywords. Okay, so after fetching, the fetch execution is a promise. Okay, so it may resolve or throw an error, and that's when you use the then and catch. So we'll use all the then keywords to chain the result. Okay, so let's say you want to fetch data from an API, you'll use the fetch keyword, enter in the API URL. So when that fetch has executes, you'll have to chain the result. That when you place in the then keyword, so it's going to be fetch, then the result, you transform maybe your result into JSON. You use the JSON method to change your data and then display that to the screen. But if there is an error, you're going to use the catch keyword to catch that error and do something useful with that error. And this is how we use the asynchronous code to don't let it go to the next execution without doing something useful with that result we get from the promise. And don't worry if you don't get it yet, we are going to use this with an example, and this is going to be our last project where we're going to implement an API calls or fetching data from an API, and use the rest of the knowledge you have acquired during this tutorial. So I'll see you there.
Right, everyone, welcome to this part of this build where we're going to use an API, and the API we are going to use is the movie database API, and we're going to use this API to create this application you see on the screen. And we are not going to do fancy things, because the main idea of this application is to show you how we can work with API and get data from an API and display that on some screen. And in this case, we're going to display covers of movies on that screen, and I called this the Netflix clone, but at the end it's not really a Netflix clone. It's something that looks like a Netflix clone, but that's not of that importance. Let's really jump into the build and try to see how we can work with this and do that, or use that application and use that API for in our build. Okay, so let's quickly jump into that. So right here I have my code editor, and I had prepared an HTML file. You can look at that HTML file for now. I gave it a name of Netflix clone. I got a Netflix clone image from the internet. I also got an avatar, and those are going to be in the nav bar. So in the main bar, we are going to have where the top rated movie are going to be displayed. We are going to have the trending now movies. They're also going to be displayed, the action movies and the comedy movies. Okay, so now let's quickly look at that and see how how our build looks like at this point. So let's jump into our browser, and here is our build. Okay, at this point, this is what we got. So all the top rated movies are going to be displayed here, the trending now, the action movie and the comedy movies. And we have this Netflix image and the avatar image. In a real big application, this avatar will represent our profile and so on. But in this build, we are not going to focus on that part, okay? But feel free to implement that and enlarge your knowledge about that. So let's go back here and maybe start our styling, okay? So first thing, all I'm going to do first for this build, I'll select all the elements, and I would like to remove the default margin that is added to each element at the beginning. I mean, the default margin that the browser adds to all the elements. So I'm going to say all elements, I give them a margin. I give them a margin of 0. Okay. So I'm going to be a little bit quick with the stylings so that we don't waste a lot of time on this, since this is not a CSS course. So I'm going to say nav. I'll select the nav bar, and this nav bar is right here. I gave it a tag of nav. Okay, this is going to be our nav bar. So I'm going to say my nav bar, I'll give it a position. The position is going to be fixed, okay, so that it always stays at the top, and I'll specify that it stays at top 0. That means at the beginning of the page. And I'm going to say display flex, so that everything gets aligned like in a row. And I'll say justify content. This is going to be space between, okay? And what does space between means? This means the Netflix element, I mean the Netflix image, and that's, I mean, it's called an icon, an avatar. Okay, that's the right word. I'm going to put the space between them so that one gets placed strictly at the beginning and the other at the end. Okay, that's what that means. And I'm going to say here, the width should be 100%. Okay, so next step, I'm going to say, okay, let me leave it just like that. I think that the styling we need up until this point, and I'm going to give it a background color of black so that you really see how it's displayed on the browser. Okay, so now this is our page before we refresh. Now check when I refresh. Okay, you see some changes, right? After refreshing, you see the way this element get pushed at the end and this one get pushed this side, but it has some padding, I mean some margin on the other side. And if you can check, this image gets stretched, okay? It gets stretched to the available height. So now let's continue with the styling, because it really, at that point, it still looks ugly. And here I'm going to say an H1. So all the H1, and by H1 I mean all this H1 right here, I mean the title of the kind of movie, all right? So you're going to have top rated and so on. I'll give them a font size, all of them, I'll give them a font size of 18 pixels. So after that, the next step, I'm going to take the main tag. This is the main tag right here, okay? Now we have nav tag and the main tag. So I'll first style the main tag so that we go a little bit quick, and I'll come back on the images a little bit later. So see the main tag, I'll give it a background color. This should be RGB, because as you can see on Netflix, you have some grayish background color, okay? This is 83, next is going to be 83 and 83, just like that. And I think this is a mistake I've made here. These are not supposed to be here, okay? So this is font size. It's a mistake from my side. This is font size 18 pixels, okay? So now down here, I'm going to say the main tag. The main tag, this should have a background color of RGB 83. It's kind of gray, a grayish color. and the mean height is going to be 100 view height, so that the minimum height takes up the entire available space. Okay, and I'm going to give it a padding top. I'm going to give it a padding top of 4 rem, and I will explain why I gave it a padding top of 4 rem. So now back to the logo, and I'm going to say nav logo, and this is this class right here. We have it in our HTML. It's right here, nav logo. I think you've seen that on this Netflix image. So I'm going to say nav logo, just like this. This is not 0, it's an O. So on the nav logo, I'm going to give it a width. I'll specify that the width should be 8 pixels, and the object fit should be contained, okay, so that it contains in that space given to that image. So next here we're going to have the avatar. Is nav avatar, just like this, and this should have a width of 30 pixels, and it should be object fit contained also. Object fit contained, so that the image doesn't get stretched. Okay, it keeps the aspect ratio, and I'll have a margin right of 20 pixels, I think, because remember, as I showed you earlier, that image got pushed to the right, so I want to give it some space from that right, so that it doesn't push to the right 100%. So moving forward with the stylings, I'll just bring them all by one by one, and we'll go straight to our JavaScript part. So this is going to have a margin left. A row will have a margin left, and this margin left should be of, I said 20 pixels. Yeah, 20 pixels. And next is going to have a color. This is going to have a color of white. Okay, and the row posters, just like this. And those classes, if you wonder where I'm getting them from, they are just coming. They are just coming from my HTML. We have row posters and row poster. Okay, this has S and row poster, and the row poster means each image on the row. As you saw them, you have a row of top rated, a row of trending now, and stuffs like that. And this is going to be display flex. Overflow will be scroll. Okay, because when they overflow on the row, we want to scroll. We want to give the scroll functionality, and it's going to have a padding of 20 pixels. So now we say row posters. We want to remove, remember that element will have a scroll bar, and we want to remove that scroll bar. And to do this, we have a functionality or a property called WebKit scroll bar. WebKit scroll bar, and this should be display, and the display should be none. Okay, but if you want to remove that scroll bar for Firefox and Explorer, you may say scroll bar. I think it's okay. I forgot the property, but you can definitely check that on the internet. You'll find it. It should be something like scroll bar width. You set that to 0, and MS scroll bar functionality, something like that. If I recall it, I'll just put it right there, so that scroll bar gets removed in all the browser. Because remember, when you're developing an application, you don't know which browser your users are going to use, so you kind of make sure that all the users in all the different browsers get the same user experience. Okay, so now after doing this, I'm going to say now row poster, just one poster, and this row poster, I'm going to give it some styling. I'll say width. It should have a width of 100%, and it should have an object fit, because remember there are pictures and we want to keep their aspect ratio. This should be contained, and max Max height should be 100 pixels, okay, and margin, this should be margin right, yeah, so that on their right they get some sort of margin or some sort of space, okay. And transition, we are going to give it a transition. It's going to be a transform, and it will take 450 milliseconds, okay. So now right here I'm going to just add that transform property. So I'll say transform, it's going to be scaled, so that whenever we hover over that specific poster, it kind of zooms in, okay. And this scale is going to be 1. So now I'm going to say row poster hover. I'm going to add this hover property, and I'll say transition, okay, transform again, transform 450 milliseconds, or actually let me say 400 milliseconds, and here 400 milliseconds. What does this mean? That means when we hover over that element, it scales, and the scale is going to be of 1.08. That's the scale I'm going to give it, and this is going to be scale transform, not scale. It's going to be transform, just like this, and it's going to be scale 1.08. So that means when you hover over that element, it's going to go from scale 1 to scale 1.08. That means it will zoom in a little bit, and that transition will take 400 milliseconds. So now when you are not hovering over that element, that means the transition will go away and it won't scale. I mean, it will go from 1.08 to scale 1, okay. That means that's why we have to add the transition on both the sides, so that we know how it will behave when you are hovering and when you are not hovering over that element. And with that said, we are pretty done with the CSS part. So we are going to give that a try and see what we got up until this point. So when I refresh, okay, this looks a little bit nice, right? We have Netflix right here, we have the poster, and when I say display, remember I said display flex on the nav bar, and I said justify content space between. Now you see where this whole space comes from, okay. So now the width is 100%. So now when you say space between those elements, you want as much space as possible between the two elements. So one will be pushed on the left, the other one will be pushed on the right side. That's why you see that big space between those two elements. And if you check at the avatar, you're going to see that the avatar is not touching the right side. And that's because we gave it a margin right of 20 pixels. That means even though they are going to be pushed one on the left and one on the right element won't touch the right end of the screen, because it has a margin right of 20 pixels. I hope you got what I mean by that. Okay, so now here we have trending now, action movies, comedy movies, and those ones are going to have they're going to have elements according to the API we are going to use, okay. So that means we are going to fetch the trending now movies and display that on a row on that part, as you saw in the deployed build. So now, as we are done with the CSS part, let's quickly jump into the JavaScript side of the build. And this is why we built this course, because it's a JavaScript course. And here I tried to put the build as simple as possible, so that you don't get overwhelmed with all these principles and stuff like that. So all you're going to do in this build is to use the API to fetch the data and display that on the screen. That's all we are going to do. So we are not going to have fancy interactions, so that you don't get overwhelmed. But if you want to add other features to that application, feel free to do that and level up your skills. And this particular project is going to be available on my GitHub, so I'll link that in the description below. If you are not following with me, you can just go to that GitHub, download the project, clone the project, and see how the code is, see how the code is structured right there. So enough of that talk, let's quickly jump into the JavaScript part. So first step in my JavaScript file, let me go back here. First step in my JavaScript file, I'm going to call all those rows, okay? I'm going to point at them. And I will use these classes. If you check very well here to the top rated, I added a class of top rated here, trending now, action movies, comedy movies, but they share another class called raw posters. Okay, so now I would have added this as an ID, but I wanted to keep it very simple. That's why I added that as a class. So I'm going to say const, const top rated row, because it's a row. I'm going to say document.query selector. I'll select it by its class of top rated, just like this. So our next step, I'm going to select another row, and this is going to be the trending now. Okay, I'm going to say cost trending now row, and this is going to be equal to document.query selector. I'm going to check the class that I gave it. It's trending now, right? Trending now. And remember, if it's a class, so when you're using a query selector, you always have to add the dot before that name. So next, after that, I'm going to say cost action movies row. This is going to be equal to document.query selector action movies. Okay, action movies, just like this. And the last one will be equal to const. This is going to be comedy movies row, and I'm a fan of explicative, of giving a constant a name that will explain the role of that constant, or the role of the value of that constant. And I think you should always do that, so that if someone else breaks into your code base, that it doesn't get lost, okay? Because those constants will somehow explain the use case of that particular value. Okay, so now after doing this, I'm going to remember, after getting the information from the API, or let's first get the information from the API before we talk. I'm going to take post request, because remember, an API is like, how can I explain that? An API is like you are going to a restaurant, okay? That's how people really like to explain it, and I think that's how people get what it is. So the restaurant itself is considered as the front end part of the build, okay? And the kitchen is considered as the back end, okay? And the kitchen contains the information. By information, I may say it contains the food, okay? The types of food we have. But now, how does the client who comes to the restaurant communicate to the kitchen? Remember, a client cannot go to the kitchen directly and say, I want this type of food or this type of food. So there must be a connection, something to connect the client and the kitchen. So that that person, if the client likes to eat rice, that person will tell the kitchen that this particular client wants rice. Okay, you got what I'm saying. That's the purpose of the API. And API stands for Application Programming Interface. So that means the client tells that waiter, okay, the waiter in the restaurant, that the client tells him, okay, I want rice. Now the waiter goes and tells the kitchen, okay, this particular person wants rice. So after saying that, the person who is in the kitchen is not the one who is going to bring that rice to the client, but that person will just cook the rice and get it ready. And it's the waiter who took the information from the client to the kitchen that same waiter is going to come and bring that food from the kitchen to the client in the restaurant. And that's how the API works, okay? So you give a request to an API goes to the back end, picks information, and deliver that information back to you. And this is why we're going to get here the requests, okay? And for this build, I'll have just 2 requests, or I'll make 2 requests, and this is going to be the fetch top rated movies, okay? And I will use those 2 fetch requests, and I will use them for 4 use cases, okay? So here I'm going to put backticks, and the second one I'm going to say fetch other movies, okay? I'm going to make it that simple, fetch other movies. And these ones are going to be the URL of the API, okay? And we are going to add some other information. So first thing I'm going to say here, const API key. Const API key. This is going to be my API key, and you're going to get that from the movie database API, okay? And the API key is basically a key that tells that this person is allowed to make a request. Like, let me say that restaurant where you have to pay money before you can order, okay? So with no money, there's no order for you. That's how the API works. So you attach the API to your request so that they say, okay, this particular person is allowed to make that, to make that call or to pass that command, okay? So now let's first do that before we proceed. And for this, we are going to go on the movie database API website. So let's head over there. So now I'm going to go back to my website, okay? And after reaching on my website, I'm going to type in TMDB, just TMDB, okay? And TMDB stands for the movie database. All right, so a minute, we have the movie database right there. So we have to click on this one. Okay, so now we are prompted to this page. First thing you have to do is create an account, okay, and scroll up to the bottom, and here you're going to see API. You click on API. Me, I already have an account, so you need an account. And after reaching this site, you see API overview. So when you scroll down, you're going to see how the API works, and you can document yourself. But all we are interested in, it's right here. Where is it? It's called, we want to get that. We want to get the, you have to click right here, yeah, to developers, because we have to get that key to allow us to make some requests to this particular API. So when you click on the developer side, it's right here, okay, developers.themoviedatabase.org. And before that, you have to create an account. Remember, as I said, you have to have an account, okay? So after reaching this specific part, you have to scroll down, and until you get, there is a key. It's called the Web3 key, so that you can be able to talk to that API, okay, if I'm to say like that. So you have to go over your account. Let me look for my account. My account is right here, and you go to your settings, okay, and it's here in your settings where you're going to get you have to put on these identifications or credentials, if I'm to say like that. Let me change this to English so that it does not complicate people. So after doing all that, you just have to save. You have to save that information, okay? And you head over to API. So right here you have this API key, okay? It's version 3. This is the key you have to copy. You copy this key, and bring that back to your application. So I'm going to bring this back to my VS Code, and I'll put it right here. Okay. After copying that API key right there, the next step you're going to do is now to create your fetch. Your fetch URLs. And here, this one is going to be HTTPS. And if you wonder where I got these ones from, you can head over to that website and you'll get everything you want. If you want additional fetch APIs, fetch sites, and to get different results, that's where you have to go. Okay. And this is .org, just like this. Then /3/trending. Here we're going to get the trending movies. /all/week. You have to specify the week. And here is where you put your API. Okay, your API key, and it's supposed to be written just like this. And this is going to be equal. And if you realize, we have put backticks. Okay, we have put backticks here because that way we can easily reference our API key instead of hard coding that API key in our project. And in a real world project, you don't have to put your API key like right here. You have to put that in an .env file so that it does not get deployed. It does not get deployed to the internet and leave it there so that for other people to use. So you have to be aware of that. But as I said, I wanted to keep this very, very simple for everyone to use it. Okay. So now the second API, I'm going to just copy this so that we don't redo the same thing twice, but I'm going to change some parameters. Okay. Like right here, instead of trending, I'm going to say movie. Here I'm going to say movie /movie, just like this. And it's going to be, and this is week with 1K, not 2. This is week, just like this. So here I'll say movie /top rated. Okay. It's here, movie /top rated. And that's how it's supposed to be. So you can pause this video and try to write that down. And that's how it's supposed to be. Now we have created our requests, but at that point we have not done something really useful. So now we are going to create a function. Okay, and this is going to be called post top rated. And instead of row, it's going to be handler, okay? Because it's the function that will be responsible for outputting that information for top rated movies. And we're going to use the arrow function, okay? So now this is where I'm going to say fetch, okay? You fetch that information, and now we are supposed to put a URL here. So as I already have my URL up there in the request, I'm just going to say request dot fetch top rated, just like this, fetch top rated movies. Okay, now this URL is going to get passed here. Now you may ask yourself, why am I doing it that way? And the reason for this is because if you have a big application, you don't want to hard code your values all the time. Imagine if you're going to use this same URL 10 times, you don't need to hard code it 10 times, but you can just reference that very easily. Okay, so now after doing this, we are going to start with the promise chain. Remember I talked about the promise chain and the async await. So I'm going to start with the promise chain to make it very easy. So I'm going to say here then, okay, and I'll put this down here. This is going to be then, and we are going to get the response. Okay, the response, and first thing, I'm going to transform that response to JSON. Okay, and you say response.json. So after getting that, and you see here I'm not putting curly bracket, that means I'm returning this. So after returning that, I can put another then, I can chain the then. That way we call it the promise chain. And the result now, let me just console log the result for now. Console.log the result. Okay, so that we see what's coming from our API. So if we get an error, I'm just going to catch. I just catch that error, and I'm going to console log that error. Console.log error. Okay, we are not going to do something fancy with that error, but you can use the error handling function to handle all the errors you get. But in this specific case, we just want to see the result, okay, and see how our result look like, so that we can now try to use that in a useful way. Okay, so now I'm done with this part. I can clean that. Okay, when I refresh here, you should see something to the console. Okay, because remember I said you are going to print something to the console, but now when you refresh, nothing happens, and that's completely normal. And maybe you have noticed that I did not call this function, that's why we are not getting anything. So I have to call the function. Okay, after calling the function, it's going to execute, because here we just defined the function, but we did not call that specific function. So now after calling the function, if I refresh here, you see, wait for it, now we have an error. I mean, the error is getting output here, and it's error 500. Status code is 500. That means the backend did not respond, and we are going to know why the backend did not respond in a minute. Maybe we did not write the URL the way we were supposed to do it. So now let's check the URL again. It's https://api themovie.org/3/all/week ? And the API key is going to be equal to API key, and language is English US. Okay, so now let's try to debug that real quick and see what's going on here. Okay, so instead of maybe fetching top rated, I'm going to fetch other movies, so that we see if it's going to also misbehave. Okay, fetch other movies. So this one, I go back here, I refresh. Okay, you see this one works. We get a result, and this is how our result looks like. You see, we have pages, we have results. This is an array. Total pages, we have 459, and results, we see the results here. Okay, we have something. Okay, so now instead of just logging the results, and this result is an object, but inside of that object, I'm interested in these results. Okay, with that array, that's what I'm interested in. That means I have to say result, also log result dot results, just like that. So that means if I go back and refresh that, give me a sec, I just refresh, you now see we get back an array. So now let's see how our array look like. Okay, now our array contains element, and each element contains a backdrop path. This is what we are interested in because it's an image, and there are others informations. Okay, poster path, release date, title, and you can use all those information the way we want. But here in my case, I will just be interested in the backdrop path, because that's the path to the image we want. So in this first case, that means we have not written this first one the way it's supposed to be. So there is a typo in the writing, because the second URL has worked. So I'm going to go back to fetch top rated movies. Okay, fetch top rated movies. So now where is the typo in this? I don't really know, because it's HTTPS, and I think I wrote it the right way, but now I'm not understanding. But don't worry, this won't stop us. We are going to continue and fix that in a second. Okay, so it's trending slash all. Okay, trending slash all. Oh, this is weak, not weak. This is weak, double E. Right, that's where the problem was coming from. So here was my problem. Here I had put weak instead of weak, but I've corrected that. So if I go back and I refresh top rated, you should get a response. Okay, we now get a response instead of an error. And if we get a response, that means we can now display our image. Okay, because we are only interested in images, but you can add other information like the title, because you are getting that information also. But now, to use the image, for each image that we get from the back end, we want to create a new image tag. And I'm going to create a specific function for that. So I'm going to put it up here, and I'll say const. And this constant will be maybe create image, something like that, or image creation handler, because it's a function. And I want to call it handler, it's just by preference. Okay, and you can name it however you want, it doesn't matter. So this one I'm going to say const. We must have a base URL. Okay, and this base URL is going to be HTTPS, because if you saw that image, I mean, it just points at the location of the image in that file. I mean, if you have done some back end, you can understand that. But if you have not, don't worry, just copy this link. Okay, it's in tmdb.org slash t slash original slash, okay, just like that. That's the base URL. So now here I'm going to say post emg, and this is the image. It's going to be equal to document. We have another method that is called create element, and I'm going to create an image. Okay, that's how you create an image using JavaScript. You create an image element. Okay, so after creating an image element, I'm going to give it a class that I had prepared. Okay, so how to add a class? You say class list dot add, and the class that I'm going to add here is the row poster, and that class is right here, row poster and row poster hover. Okay, I had prepared that class previously. So after adding a class there, next step, what I'm going to do is to say image. Just down here, I'll say image.source, because the source is going to be the URL that is coming from the back end. Okay, so this is a URL, and I'm going to start by base URL. Okay, that is the URL to the API base URL, and I'm going to add another value here, and this value is going to be called source. And now this function will be taking in the source and display that right there, and I return the image. Okay, remember in the previous lecture I talked about a function returning something, and I will explain why this function should return that image. Okay, so now right here, when we get this response, I just don't want to console log the result, right? I want to use the result in a more useful way. So I'm going to say here results.results. Okay, and I will prevent myself from logging an empty array, because that will result for an error. And I'll first check if I have result. Okay, now if I have result, I want to get the results, that array. Okay, and if I get those results, I want to check if they exist, and only if they exist, I want to map. Okay, and map is a method that applies to arrays, and that says for each element of that array, just map. Get each element of the array and do something to that and return that array. And if you don't want to use the map, like in my case, instead of using map, I can say for each, because for each method doesn't return anything. So I'm going to say result.for each, just this way, okay? And I get an element. So for each element that I get, this is what I would like to do. Remember, each element is an object containing more information about a specific movie. So now for me, instead of getting that whole element, I'm going to destructure. There is destructuring. I think we have talked about destructuring when we're talking about object. So here I'm going to put curly bracket, and directly I want the backdrop path. Okay, this is what I want from that object that I get. Okay, so now for each object I want specifically that backdrop path, and after getting that backdrop path, I'm going to say const image is going to be equal to this function up here, this function we have created, image creation. And remember, this image creation takes in a source, and that source in my case is going to be my backdrop path. Okay, so now I know this is a lot of information to get, but go slowly in this build, pause wherever I want to pause and understand it properly. So this image creation, it takes in a backdrop path for each element of the results. Okay, and now this image creation handler function takes in. That means it's going to create an element and all those stuffs. After doing that, this will return an image. Okay, and that image is going to be stored in another constant called image. So the result of this function is going to be this image. Okay, so this is why I want to store that result in an image. And after doing that, I would like now to append that image to its row. Okay, so the row here, when it's top rated, we are going to say top rated row dot append child, and that child is going to be this specific image that we get from there. So now after doing that, we give this a try. So I refresh a second. When I give this a try, you see we get images, but we get also error. Okay, it said 4. That means we can't get that image, and I think the error here is coming from the fact that this image, not the image, but the URL is not well placed or well defined. So if you check right here, we have spaces between those URLs. Okay, and I think that's where the error is coming from. So if I go back here and I try to change that, and this should be changed right here. But before I do that, let me first console.log this part. Okay, base URL plus source, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. I try to console log that for each image that comes back from the back end. So if we check that very well, as you can see, we have now two slashes, and I think those slashes are the ones causing the problem. Okay, so now you see right here we have 2 slashes, and I go back, I try to fix that, and maybe this one, actually that's not the problem, that can stay like that. But now the problem is coming from, let me check this, I have to add a P here. Okay, this is the problem. Okay, sometimes you have those little typos in your typing, and it can bring a big problem, and people can debug for hours for that. So now right here, if I refresh, I'm sure they are coming back from the back end. Okay, this is the beauty of an API. You see, information is coming back, and you can scroll, and when you hover over that element, you see the way it scales, and I had talked about in the CSS part. So now that means it all works very well. Okay, and this is, we are getting closer to what we want to get, right? You see how it works, very beautiful. And now let's duplicate that same logic for the rest. And I think this is now very easy to do, because you can just copy this. You say Ctrl C, Ctrl V. So here, instead of top rated, you say trending now. Okay, this is trending now handler. And after getting the image, you don't want to put it on top rated row, but you want to put that on the trending now row. Okay, I think that's how it's written, trending now, and you have to write it the way it's supposed to be written, trending now row. Okay, and you have to call that function at the end. So you'll say trending now handler, you call that function. If you give that another try, you will see, okay, after adding this function right here, I was not showing my screen, my bad. You have to change the name, okay, and to change where the row on which it's going to be displayed. So after doing that, you jump back in your browser, and when you refresh, you get another row being displayed here. But now we are using the same information. That's how you kind of see the same images, but you can use other information and the information you want. So you're going to implement the same logic for the two remaining parts. So now right here, I'm just going to go back to my IDE and implement the logic, the remaining logic. Okay, and right here I'll just say Ctrl V, and I just changed the name. Okay, so we're going to have action movies handler, and comedy movies handler. Action movies handler, and it's supposed to be to action movies row. Okay, action movies row, yeah, action movies row. And the last one I say Ctrl V, and this is going to be the comedy movies handler, and it's going to be displayed on the comedy movies row, okay, just like that. Oh, this is movie, not movies, comedy movies. All right, so after doing that, you have to call those functions. Don't forget to call the function, otherwise you won't see any result. So I'm going to say action movies handler, I call that function, and lastly I call comedy movies handler. Okay, so now after doing this, that means all the functions will be executed for the first time we open our application, and those functions, you can call them maybe on a button whenever you click on the button, instead of when the page loads for the first time. Depending on the logic you want, you are free to implement that. So now if I come back here and I refresh, wait for it, the information is coming back from the back end. Okay, so now all of them are getting the same information because we have used the same API call. So now I'm going to change some places, and here I'm going to say maybe other movies. Okay, this one is going to have fetch top rated movies. This one will be fetch other movies. Okay, fetch other movies. This one top rated, the last one others will be fetch other movies. And those are these two URL where we fetch information. Okay, so after doing this, I just need to go back here to my browser, and I refresh that information. So right here, if I refresh, wait for it, information is coming back from our back end the way it's supposed to come back. And if you scroll, it works because I have added some other CSS. And when you hover over an element, you see how it kind of zooms in. All right, and this is a basic application or a basic movie application, and you can implement as much functionality as you want. Maybe you can say When I click on this element, I want it to show me more information about that specific movie. And that is all up to you. But on my side, I wanted to keep this build as simple as it could be so that you can cram that information. Because I know working with APIs can be tricky. That's why I wanted it to be as easy as possible for you to cram. So guys, that's it. We are done with this build and it looks really nice. I'm proud of this build. And if you are also proud of this build, make sure you smash that thumbs up button so that this video gets spreaded to as many people as possible. So guys, that's it for this part.
Alright, now we have reached the end of this tutorial. One question, what's next? Okay, at this point, all I can recommend is that you can go out there, try to look for as much resources as you can find about JavaScript, about APIs, and dig a little bit deep. Then after that, I think it's time for project using vanilla JavaScript. When you're really conversant with vanilla JavaScript, that's the time you can pick a framework like React or whatever you want. So guys, thanks again for watching this video, and I'll catch up with you in the next one.